House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. House and gallery, please rise for the invocation. Be ushered by Pastor Scott Wall from Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. The word for this morning is hope, H-O-P-E, hope. The Bible says that if we go through hard times, difficult times, if we trust God through that, it brings about endurance, which in turn brings about character, which in turn brings hope. So I know sometimes we feel like we're being crushed here by the weight of so many different things. The word for sufferings at the beginning of that, the challenges, is a word that's used to describe when grapes are crushed or when olives are crushed to make wine or olive oil. It's an onomatopoetic word, which means, it sounds like this. It's the word thlipsis. So when you're going through thlipsis, I thought about making that the word for today, but I'd rather focus upon what it produces, hope. And so I'm going to be praying that as you go through the challenges, as you trust God through that, He can produce that real and lasting hope that comes through the fact that He has our eternal destiny in His hands, and it's also through His Son, Jesus Christ. So please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for reminding us that difficulties and suffering is not the end. It's the beginning of a journey. That through trials, you birth perseverance, and through perseverance, you shape character, and through character, you build real, true hope. So today we lift to you any burdens or challenges or divisions that may on this chamber, and including the lives of our fellow citizens. We ask that you would transform our struggles into strength and our weariness into resilience. And help us to see that even in hardship, you are at work, cultivating a hope that is anchored not in circumstance, but in your unshakable faithfulness. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Chair now recognizes the Honorable Angie Chin Button to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Good morning, everyone. Let's pledge our allegiance to the greatest country on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty. And now, the most wonderful state in the nation. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to it. One state under God, one indivisible. Hey!
Please excuse Mr. Cortez because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Perez of Harris. Please excuse Mr. Anchia because of an illness on motion of Mr. Rosenthal. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Members, the chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Rebecca Campos from El Paso as our Doctor of the Day. Join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day. Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. It's so ordered.
Members, please join me today in congratulating Representative Harrison on his birthday. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution. Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to recognize an outstanding family from House District 115, the family of Cash Coachella. I rise today to honor the life of Cash, who was born on January 22nd, 2015, to his parents, Alexa and Don Coachella. Cash loved to ride his bike around his neighborhood and go swimming with his sister, Taylor. He grew into an energetic and naturally a playful child who could outrun every child on the playground at his school. He was guided through life by his adventurous spirit and his desire to explore the world around him. Cash loved to playfully roam his neighborhood with his best friend, Jace, scaling fences and building makeshift forts. Cash developed an affinity for the outdoors at an early age. He greatly enjoyed going fishing with his grandfather, Larry. Although the tragic passing of Cash has brought an immense loss to the many people who held him dear, they may find comfort in knowing their lives have been forever enriched by his love, laughter, and joy. Cash's loving family is here today in the gallery to honor Cash. His family friends, Jody Lawson and Judy Varga, Wendy and Larry Grimald, Cash's maternal grandparents, and Alexa, Cash's mother. It is my privilege to recognize them here today and share with you all the story of Cash. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that the House of Representatives hereby pay tribute to the memory of Cash and extend deepest condolences to his family and friends. I also ask that the House adjourn in Cash's name today to honor his life. Thank you, Speaker.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Members, also over the weekend, we had birthdays, members' birthdays of Cecil Bell, James Tallarico, and Vicki Goodwin. Please join me in congratulating all of them. Okay. Who you want to go with? The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB number 11, HB number 210, HB number 303, HB number 1041, HB number 1188, HB number 1261, HB number 1465, HB number 1535, HB number 1778, HB number 2596, HB number 2692, HB number 2742, HB number 5061, HB number 5238.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Dallas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1133.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1133 by Garcia of Dallas, recognizing May 19, 2025 as Trooper Day at the Texas Capitol.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Dallas.
Mr. Speaker and members, today is Trooper Day at the Texas Capitol. I am proud to stand with Chairman Guerin, Representative Rodriguez Ramos, Representative Tinderholt, and Representative Davis on H.R. 1133, honoring the officers and staff of Region 7 of the Texas Department of Public Safety. These are the troopers who stand and watch over this building day in and day out, ensuring that we, our staff, and every visitor are safe. They are here before most of us arrive, long after we have gone home. Their work isn't always seen, but it is always felt. Whether managing security at the doors, responding to emergencies, or simply greeting the public with professionalism and respect, Region 7 makes it possible for us to do the work of the people of Texas. I would like to recognize some of the people working every day to keep us safe who have joined us on the dais today. Region Chief Gabe Ortiz, as well as Tony Rodriguez, Ralph Oland, Tom Anderson, Dwayne Hartman, Mike Thayes, Chris Armstrong, Craig Henry, Christopher Hampton, Wade Schooley, Jason Morgan, Aaron Shelton, Luis Verdeja, Cody Paul, Kent Williams, Corey Letbetter, Vinny Gersitiano, Josh Kinslow, Rudy Resendez, Henry de la Rosa, Ryan Condry, and Carlos Salgado. Additionally, if you look into the gallery, you will see some of the troopers and other security here at the Capitol. Please join me in a round of applause of recognition of all of their hard work this session. This resolution is a small thank you for their quiet strength, constant vigilance, and steady presence they bring to this Capitol. I'd also like to thank my Malk Fellow, Daniela Pozos, for organizing this today. I would like to recognize Chairman Guerin to share some remarks commemorating this day.
We all truly appreciate the work that these women and men do in protecting us and keeping this sacred building safe all year long for visitors and for us. And I know dealing with all of us is not always easy, but they do it in such a magnificent way. Men, women, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of H.R. 1133 in honor of Trooper Day and the dedicated service of the troopers of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Region 7.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The motion is adopted. Mr. Gertis, Mr. Metcalf moved to add all members' names. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, I hope you will join me in congratulating two of my constituents, Randy and Bonnie Davis, on their 40th wedding anniversary. Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I have the opportunity to recognize the Round Rock Chamber of Commerce for their 75th anniversary. The chamber was established on October 3rd in 1949 and has since played a vital role in championing initiatives that stimulate job creation, encourage capital investment, and strengthen community partnerships. Because of their proactive approach to business recruitment and expansion, the Chamber has successfully attracted globally recognized corporations to Williamson County, such as Dell Technologies and Samsung, and has enhanced the city's reputation as a prime location for companies to operate. On top of that, the Chamber has organized programs like Ascend and Leadership Round Rock to harness the potential of emerging leaders and develop a skilled talent pipeline for both large and small enterprises. And my legislative director had the privilege of going through one of these programs, Leadership Round Rock, and it greatly benefited him in not just his own work in my office, but also his service to the community. And I appreciate all of their work. They've made the city of Round Rock a better place to live, work, and raise a family. And they are all over here in the gallery. If y'all would please stand. Members, help me recognize them on their 75th anniversary.
Please excuse Dr. Lalani because of important business in the district on a motion of Ms. Perez of Harris. Members, please take your conversations outside the rail. The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila for a floor recognition. Excuse me, for resolution. Recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's an honor to recognize Gail Hester today, also known as Big Boy Hester, or the unofficial mayor of Round Rock. He has been a pillar of the Round Rock community ever since opening his first auto body shop in 1960 when he was just 22 years old. Over the years, he's hosted events such as the Big Boy Hester fundraising fishing trip and his annual Christmas party, which have raised over $400,000 for the Round Rock Chamber, the YMCA, and a number of local charities. As a result of his hard work over the years, Big Boy and his family were named Local Legends by the city in 2002, and he was honored by the Round Rock Chamber with a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2009. Every year, a small business in the city has been recognized as the Big Boy Hester Small Business of the Year by the Chamber. On top of all of this, he was influential in helping fellow business leaders land the Round Rock Express AAA team. As a result, the city renamed the baseball field and Memorial Park to the Big Boy Hester Family Field in his honor. He is on the dais with us today, but on a personal note, I would just like to thank him because all of his contributions to our community made Round Rock a great place for me and my family to live and for me to grow up. And I am honored to have the chance to continue his excellent legacy of service in the role that I have now in shaping my community. So I hope that you will all join me in recognizing him for his great contributions to Round Rock and Williamson County as a whole. Thank you. And members, I'll just add that he's joined by Jordan Robinson, the CEO and president of the Round Rock Chamber as well. So let's thank her as well.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales of Harris for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've been trying to do this for a few days, but today I have the distinct pleasure of recognizing a very special individual for his recent internship and his graduation from the SMU Perkins School of Theology. He graduated summa cum laude this past weekend. He didn't even get to attend his graduation. This young man is a native of Lake Jackson, Texas, and attended Southern Methodist University for his undergraduate and Juris Doctor degree prior to pursuing his Master's of Divinity. He was a passionate public servant with the experience in policy areas from energy and commerce to the judiciary and the federal budget. He carried multiple pieces of legislation and was invaluable in the Texas House and the U.S. House of Representatives, where he played critical roles as negotiators at home and abroad. Outside of his public service, this man is a rodeo icon. He's an active member of the First Methodist Church in downtown Dallas, a business owner, and helped run a winning presidential campaign here in our great state. He may be the oldest intern I've ever met, but in his youth, his youth lies in his fighting spirit. I'm so proud of him for his constant pursuit of knowledge and passion for service to our state and our country. First Methodist Church was so lucky to call him their intern while he completed his studies at SMU, and I am incredibly proud. It's no mistake that he is my desk mate. Our colleague, Representative John Bryant. Congratulations on your graduation, John. Woo! Anybody else? Gino is gonna. Okay. Oh,
Ms.
yes,
Hinojosa,
yes,
for
yes.
what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlewoman yield for a question?
I
Would you
yield.
yield?
Yes.
She will.
I was a little confused about who we were honoring because you kept referring to an intern. Will you please restate who we're honoring today and what was accomplished this weekend that's very special?
Yes, the intern is our colleague, Representative John Bryant, and it's really a big deal. You guys, I get the honor of sitting next to him and hear all his stories and everything he's done since he grew up in Lake Jackson, and it's just really incredible. It's such an honor to have you here serving with us.
Ms.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for one more question?
Would you yield?
And are we honoring the representative for the wonderful person he is or for something that he achieved this weekend?
He graduated, thank you for that question, but he graduated from the SMU Perkins School of Theology, and he graduated summa cum laude, y'all. This is just really, really incredible. John, we're so proud of you. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers for a recognition.
Hello, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I've got some very special guests in the gallery today from House District 113. So will the members of the Sapphire Meistersingers Choir from Lakeview Centennial High School please stand and be recognized? They're here today, y'all, from Garland ISD. And the Sapphire and Meistersingers are the top 2 varsity choirs at Lakeview Centennial High School under the direction of Dayon Boulanger, Chapman, and Priscilla Lopez. Both directors have dedicated several years to Garland ISD and have played a vital role in building a strong and thriving choral program. This year, both assemblies earned superior and excellent ratings at the UIL evaluation. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. With individual members also receiving similar honors at the solo and ensemble contest. Each choir is led by a student captain, Giselle Hasso, for Sapphire, and Garrett Cummings, who has proudly served as captain of the Meister Singers for the past 2 years. One student in particular that I want to mention is Arturo Amaya. He stands out not only as a student conductor, but also as a member of the prestigious TMEA All-State Mixed Choir. The Lakeview Centennial Choral Program maintains a rich performance schedule and remains committed to uplifting their community in music. The choirs and their directors are honored to perform for you today in the Rotunda, and we extend a heartfelt thanks for your support in their musical journey all the way to your state capital. Welcome to your state capital, and thank you for joining us today.
Members, the chair recognizes Mr. Alcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, have some sad news to report. 3 tornadoes hit Palo Pinto County yesterday, primarily in Gordon. It hit Gordon ISD really heavily. It knocked away their field house, damaged their stadium almost beyond recognition from what I understand. Like 28 transformers are down. A number of people have been transported to Stephenville Hospital. As far as we know, no one's lost their lives. Texas Baptist is on scene. Red Cross is on scene. Texas Division of Emergency Management has deployed Starlink to improve connectivity. This is my first interaction with the Texas Division of Emergency Management, but Mr. Kidd, who I had a conversation with late last night, and with the governor's office, are doing a phenomenal job. I was so impressed. They were already on the scene and making sure the local personnel had everything they needed. They've been there all night and today assessing things. But anyway, I just wanted to ask you all to please keep the members of Gordon community in your prayers. They've been doing an amazing job, from what I understand, coming together and working together to help one another like good Texans do. But I just ask you to keep them in their prayers. Thank you.
Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. The chair lays out Senate Bill 687 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 687 by Hughes, relating to liability for land surveying services in or in connection with certain construction or services contracts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, land surveyors alongside architects and engineers is limiting liability clauses within construction contracts. The 87th legislature addressed these concerns for third-party architects and engineers through the 87th HB 2116. This bill would just extend their limited liability in land surveyors. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 687. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Bryant voting aye. Have all voted. There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 687 is passed at third reading. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1332 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1332 by Hancock, relating to a group health benefit plan policy or contract holder's obligation to pay premiums on behalf of an individual after the individual's eligibility for group coverage terminates.
The chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill will allow for insurance companies to refund employers the insurance premium for a dismissed employee that can be caused by the delay in notification of the employee's departure. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1332. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. There being 143 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1332 is passed at third reading. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2185 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2185 by Hinojosa Nueces, relating to the bilingual education allotment under the public school finance system.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration Senate Bill 2185 until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 20th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered.
Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Education a public hearing on Tuesday, May 20th, 2025 at 8 a.m. in room JHR 140 to consider SB 747 by King relating to public school policies and programs regarding production or distribution of certain intimate visual material by public school students, and SB 875 by Birdwell relating to prohibiting election activities committed by a member of the Board of Trustees or Superintendent of an independent school district on certain school district premises creating criminal offenses.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk read the announcement. Yep. Chair lays out SB 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 552 by Huffman, relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 552 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 20th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 664. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 664 by Huffman, relating to qualifications, training, removal, and supervision of certain masters, magistrates, referees, associate judges, and hearing officers.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 664 deals primarily with magistrates. A magistrate in Texas is a judicial officer who presides over certain criminal cases and some civil actions, but is primarily tasked with setting bail in our state for most counties. Under Chapter 54 of the Government Code, 25 counties have different qualifications and standards for hiring and firing magistrates, their jurisdictional powers, and other governing statutes for their local magistrates. Senate Bill 664 provides statewide standards and accountabilities for magistrates. Senate Bill 664 also creates statewide uniformity by requiring a magistrate to do the following: to be a resident of the state of Texas and of the county in which they are appointed, to be licensed to practice law in Texas and in good standing with the State Bar of Texas, to not have been defeated in the most recent judicial election, and to not have been removed from office or resigned in lieu of removal from office, and lastly, to remain up to date with required training relating to bail. To ensure proper oversight and accountability, Senate Bill 664 also clarifies that Chapter 54 magistrates' eligibility for certain removal provisions through the State Commission on Judicial Conduct and directs all local administrative judges to provide oversight over such magistrates. Additionally, upon recommendation from the Texas Judicial Council, Senate Bill 664 also adds similar law requirements with regard to licensing pursuant to Chapter 54A for associate judges. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Wu voting aye. Smithy voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 145 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 664 is passed to third reading. Chair leads out on the second reading. Senate Bill 40. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 40 by Huffman, relating to the use by a political subdivision of public funds to pay bail bonds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is pretty straightforward and simple. It just says that a local community cannot use, a municipality cannot use taxpayer funds to bond people, bail people out of jail. And there was a dispute as to whether this was happening in Harris County. I saw the ledger entries, and I think the arguments are on both sides that it was happening or wasn't happening. And we're not here to adjudicate that today. We're just saying that it shouldn't happen in the future. This is not a good use of taxpayer money, so I would move passage.
Mr. Wu in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to support this legislation because I think it does bring a little balance to what is in the law right now. But I want to say one quick thing, just as Mr. Chair Smithy said, a lot of the basis of why this bill started is based on a lie. That in Harris County, nonprofit organizations were paying bails themselves, and when they got that money returned to them, because somebody went to court and their case was satisfied, they used that funds to do other bail bonds. And this was something that they're legally allowed to do, and they're legally allowed to do that even after this legislation passes. But because of that, people use fear-mongering and other things to drive this narrative. But I think this bill has provisions in it that makes it better for both sides and provides some safeguards in the future. I would urge you to vote yes.
Gervin, what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I'll be happy to.
He yields for questions.
You mentioned nonprofits, and this it says political subdivisions. Are we talking about the local municipalities, or what are we talking about?
Yes, so the law itself that is being proposed in this legislation is directed at governmental entities who do not have the ability to bail people out in the first place. So essentially what this law would do is ban the counties and the cities from doing something that they're already not allowed to do.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Smithy to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move.
Ms. Weiner, for what
Speaker,
purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield for questions? He yields for questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Smithy. I just want to make sure I understand. Your legislation does not ban organizations that do that pay any bail bonds from receiving a grant from a local entity, correct? It just receives them from, or prevents them from spending the money on the bail.
Yes, it prevents tax. It does not prevent nonprofit organizations that are formed for that purpose. It just says that a municipality can't use taxpayer funds to support those nonprofit entities.
Well, I'm sorry, let me clarify. So if you have a nonprofit entity, and let's say it has two wings, one wing does some of this bail relief, another wing does, say, educational work, could that nonprofit entity still receive a grant for the education work so long as they're not commingling those funds?
I don't see anything in the language of the bill that would prevent that. It just says that taxpayer funds cannot be used to provide bail to bail people out of jail.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members, Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? 132 ayes and 13 nays. Senate Bill 40 passes to third reading. Sweeter, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce to writing the conversation on SB 40 and place it in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, without objection on Senate Bill 9, the chair is going to allow 40 minutes for opening debate with one extension of time for 10 minutes. The first 20 minutes of opening debate will be uninterrupted and divided between the members involved in developing the committee substitute for the bill. During the second 20 minutes and any extension, members will be permitted to ask questions of those members. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 9. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 9 by Huffman, relating to the release of defendants on bail, the duties of a magistrate in certain criminal proceedings, and the regulation of charitable bail organizations.
Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the members for indulging us as we try to explain this bill. It's a very important bill. I think it's probably the most important bill not only that I've ever worked on, but also, as far as I know, I've never voted on any legislation more important than what we're getting ready to consider, because it holds the very key to life or death of some very wonderful people, some very innocent people. I wish that every one of you could have been with Senator Huffman and me a week before last, as we were allowed to sit in on a roundtable with Governor Abbott and a number of the families of victims of mainly of young children who had been brutally murdered. We also had some women there who were rape survivors. We listened to their stories. If you had been there, you would have heard those stories. That's why I wish you could have been there, but just a couple of them. If you had been there, you would have met Scott. Scott was the father of Naomi. Naomi was brutally murdered here in Travis County. The individual, the man who performed the act, had 5 prior felony convictions. He had most recently been arrested on a weapons charge, and he was out on a personal recognizance bond. While out on the personal recognizance bond, he murdered little Naomi. You would have met Jim and Connie, who were parents of Christopher. Back in 2020, he was 26 years old. He was robbed and murdered by a gang of 5. 2 of those murderers were out on bail at the time. And it took them 37 days to find the body of Christopher. One other person that you would have met was Sophia. She, a very impressive young African-American woman who had started a multi-million-dollar business. She's an entrepreneur here in the Austin area. She was attacked by a man she did not know who raped and tortured her for a number of hours. Fortunately, they were able to apprehend the defendant. He was convicted of the crime, but inexplicably, when the individual was after he had been found guilty by a jury verdict, he asked the judge if he could be released on bond pending his sentencing, and the judge released him on $750,000 bond, which cost $75,000 bond, which cost $7,500 to be released. Once he was released, he's never been apprehended again. He's remained on the loose, and he happened to steal her identity at the time. He got her identity documents, and he's been tormenting her ever since with identity theft and has basically destroyed the multi-million-dollar business that she built up. This is what crime has done to some of our families. And what all of these cases and so many more have in common is they are a result of what Governor Abbott has described as a broken bail system. And so Senate Bill 9 is a comprehensive bill that has been developed both in the Senate with the assistance of the governor and with the assistance of many members here in the Texas House. And so I'm going to yield now to some of the members of the House who've been working on this legislation with us together and let them kind of explain. It's a very detailed bill, and let them explain the various aspects of Senate Bill 9.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. My entire career has been fighting crime and criminality. Due to a location on a major thoroughfare, Jackson County was a rural county, but seriously fighting the cartels as a drug trafficking corridor and human trafficking corridor. We encountered a lot of bad hombres. I stand before you today because we truly need significant reforms on our system of bail. Reports show that since 2019, over 200 criminal cases in the greater Houston area involved defendants previously released on low cash or no cash bonds who subsequently assaulted or killed another person. Those victims' lives were changed forever. Some of their lives were ended, and their families were left to wonder how on earth the killer was out on our streets. As a sheriff, I had to answer these questions on a regular basis as to how that person got out and was able to commit another crime, another felony. How did they get out of jail? How did they get out? I had to tell them, our bail system. I can speak as a law enforcement officer about the frustration we feel when the hard work of our detectives and investigators to protect the public is diminished or outright jeopardized by our partners in the criminal court system, some of who have inexplicably released violent criminals back into our streets, many times beating the reports that have to be produced. A study in Dallas examining 464 arrests from 2021 found that 56% of individuals charged with violent crimes or weapons law violations were released on bail on their own recognizance. This included about 34% of those arrested for murder. I'll repeat that more plainly. 1 in 3 suspects arrested for murder were out on bail and back on Dallas County streets in no time. The numbers tell the story here. We have a crisis in our state of violent offenders that our law enforcement agencies have worked hard to identify and arrest are going right back into our communities. There's an old saying in the law enforcement world, beat you on the elevator before you get back out, back to the street. It doesn't have to be this way. It seriously does not have to be this way. I ask you to vote for Senate Bill 9 because one aggravated robbery is too much. One assault is too much. One murder is far too much. We can do better. We can do better as a state. And this bill is a great step in restoring trust in law enforcement and our criminal justice system.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to take a few minutes to explain some of the more technical components of this bill. You may or may not be aware that there is an overlap between the work that magistrates do and the work that judicial district court judges do. One of the components of the bill is we're going to prohibit certain magistrates from reducing bonds set by district courts, so there is not a conflict between decisions reached by district courts and magistrates in ways that harm public safety. Another component of this bill is to require magistrates to consider the public safety report and to ensure the appearance of the defendant before making any type of decision to release that defendant on a felony offense. One of the most important components of this bill, I believe, that you need to consider is the appellate remedy. From time to time, we're going to see magistrates or district judges make mistakes or make bad decisions about bail concerning violent offenses. And Senate Bill 9 is going to equip the prosecutor and the state prosecuting attorney with the ability to appeal those decisions and leave that defendant in jail for a period of 20 days while that decision goes up on an appeal to determine whether public safety is served by continuing to confine that defendant. And it's going to require the judge to document and make certain findings to support that decision of holding the defendant on bond or even releasing the defendant on bond. Giving the state the ability to appeal insufficient bail orders for specified violent felony offenses is going to be important. It's going to make the people in our districts back home safer, and it's going to protect us from ongoing violent conduct by people who are repeat violent offenders. Thank you, and I encourage you to vote in support of Senate Bill 9.
Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to walk through real quick sections 17, 18, 19, and 20 of SB 9. As we heard this bill in committee, father of a young victim, murder victim, talked about how he was unable to get particular information about whether certain individuals were, or the individual in his case, was complying with his bail conditions. It was a question I think kind of stumped a lot of us, thinking, well, we have a lot of victim-centric information flow in our criminal justice system to make sure that they're informed, they know when hearings are, they know what's going on, the DA's office are supposed to keep in touch with them. And we looked through the statute that night and we realized that there was a glaring loophole, that this is information that was not provided to victims. So you'll see on page 18, that information is now going to be provided as part of the victim's rights. They get to know whether these people are complying with their bail conditions. And that's an important response to some of the concerns that we heard in committee. In the following section, we're going to require that the Office of Court Administration bail form is going to be used in certain list of offenses. You'll find that on page 20 of your bill. I apologize, 21 of your bill. And then another victim-centric portion is in section 19 relating to notice to submit information to magistrates for bail consideration. These are when we're talking about victims of family violence, stalking, harassment, and terroristic threat. So that's more information. And then we have a repealer in section 20, and that repeals a previous iteration of when a bail report deadline was due. which is now moot by the rest of these other terms in the bill, so it's being repealed. That brings us to just the enacting portion of the bill. So now you've been walked through the different provisions. This is a large piece of legislation. Again, I think we've gathered a lot of input. There are pieces to this that I certainly, I think, could create issues with efficiency in our courts. But I think we've struck a balance here to make sure that there is accountability when these decisions are being made, that there are structures in place, and that we're going to make sure that we have answers for those victims of crime. And that's the component that I wanted to discuss with you here at the end. I certainly intend to vote yes on this. I look forward to the conversation about the bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
So I hope you have a better understanding of the bill. It does a lot of things, but everything in this bill has been carefully thought out. We've worked hard to work with both the Senate and the governor to ensure that we get this finally done. We've tried, Mr. Moody reminded me, we've tried this for 5 sessions. This is the 5th session we've worked on this. And in those 5 sessions that have transpired, we've had a number of senseless murders and other crimes committed that would have been prevented if this legislation had passed. And so I would just ask for your prayerful consideration as you consider this. And I'll be glad to address any questions.
Mr. Cook, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman answer a few questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Certainly.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, under the bill, there's a definition for clear and convincing evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell the body just what your understanding is of the definition with regard to clear and convincing evidence is that's in it? I mean,
Well, it's defined at least twice in statute, once in Chapter 41 of the Civil Practices and Remedies Code, and another, and also in the Family Code. But there is also, we have one instance of clear and convincing evidence in this statute, and that is what well, actually, it's in the constitutional amendment that accompanies one of the constitutional amendments that there must be, the prosecution must prove by clear and convincing evidence that either the defendant is a flight risk or else is a security risk to society. And that would have to be, right now as it's worded, it would have to be done by clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing is somewhere between preponderance of the evidence and beyond a reasonable doubt. And basically, clear and convincing would mean that the courts have defined it as meaning sufficient evidence that would yield a firm belief in conviction in the truth of the matter asserted.
that's how the courts have interpreted it. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's well developed in case law, in common law, and so I think the feeling of everyone is we don't need to define it again in this statute.
So my understanding, there's an amendment to remove clear and convincing from the
There will be an amendment to remove that language.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. The reasoning behind the amendment is that putting it in statute, we might inadvertently limit or shift how courts interpret the term in other legal contexts or risk conflicting with future appellate rulings. Is that a fair summary of why we're removing it?
I think that's absolutely correct. We're trying to avoid any confusion in the event of any appellate proceedings.
And Chairman, under your bill, a magistrate in a county with over 200,000 residents would be prohibited from granting bail to defendants who are already out on bond, parole, or community supervision for a felony that they commit when they commit a new felony. Is that correct?
Well, the way it works is that in those counties that are over 200,000, the magistrate will not be a magistrate will not be able to release a defendant. A judge could still release a defendant on bail, is my understanding, based on that language. The judge, a regular district judge, could execute that release, but not a magistrate.
And in addition to that, if someone has already been previously convicted on 2 prior felony convictions and served prison, they would be ineligible for release by a magistrate under this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, and what this responds to, Mr. Cook, is there are some individuals who really have no business being released back onto the streets. And we're just trying to put in an extra safety measure here to make sure that we capture the right individuals, that the individuals who should not be on the streets are not just simply allowed back on the streets.
And you've also included safeguards for those that are subject to an immigration detainer issued by ICE. That's part of this bill as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, it recognizes the reality that if you are in the country illegally, in fact, if you meet the definition of an alien in federal statute, if you commit one of these more serious crimes, there's going to be an ICE detainer on you. And what that means is that when the state's finished with you, you're not finished, because then you go into the custody of ICE.
And then with regard to certain crimes, I believe that there's provisions in this bill that also bars the release of the defendant if they're charged with certain violent crimes, such as murder, capital murder, aggravated kidnapping, or aggravated sexual assault. I mean, we're taking a hard stop on those crimes. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it's what are traditionally referred to as 3G offenses. They are the offenses that are particularly dangerous: murder, aggravated offenses like aggravated rape or aggravated assault, which are typically referred to as 3G offenses, and those offenses are fairly well defined.
Okay. And with regard to those crimes, those bail decisions will be made by district judges that are accountable to the voters, not by magistrates. Is that correct?
Right, and there may be some instances where bail would be appropriate in those instances, but we want to make sure we have a district judge making those decisions.
Someone with electoral responsibility or accountability.
Electoral responsibility, and also more training in the law.
Great. And there's also a new notification process, is that correct? Where someone who commits a new felony while on bond for another felony, it triggers notice when the defendant is brought before a magistrate, not just simply that they're charged, but that notice is invoked. That's different from current law, is that correct?
Yes, what we want to make sure of is if an individual is out on bail in one court and they commit a felony in another jurisdiction, that the first court is made aware of that second offense, so that the court can consider whether or not to revoke bail. It's basically a better transparency mechanism to make sure that if a defendant is in more than one court or is in more than one proceeding, that we have transparency between those proceedings, so we get a full picture of the risk that defendant poses to society.
And that notice is going to go to a designated individual for each county, is that correct?
Yes, the county designates an individual who is responsible then for communicating that to the applicable court.
And it must take place prior to the next business day?
That's right.
Finally, when a new felony is committed while someone is out on bail for a prior felony, the court handling the earlier case must reevaluate the original bond under this new bill as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's a new statutory requirement?
Yes.
Okay. And Chairman, let me make sure that I understand the structure that you've put in place here. Under this bill, if a magistrate sets bail on a felony case, but the magistrate serves a court that doesn't have jurisdiction to try that offense, a district judge can now step in and review that decision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it doesn't matter if the defendant has already been indicted or if the case is still in the pre-filing stage, so long as the charge will land in that county and a district judge is there that can review the magistrate's bail decision. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And your bill also requires that the local administrative judge in each county to establish a process for their jurisdiction, their county. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And that process is for the district clerk to notify all district judges when a request for bail review comes in from the state's attorney. Did I read that correctly in the bill?
That's correct as well.
Okay. Next, and once the district clerk receives that request, the district judge has to review the original bail order no later than the next business day, right?
Right.
Okay. And if the judge decides to increase the bail or add additional conditions for someone who isn't currently in custody, they can't just issue a warrant. They have to issue a summons and give that defendant a reasonable time to show up first, just from a due process protection. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
Okay. And during the review, the district judge is required to consider all applicable factors such as bail duration, prior proceedings, new conditions, and weigh the facts and the rules properly before making a change. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And this provision just adds a level of oversight that I think that the public has been requesting, especially when bail decisions are being made at the lower levels. And I just want to say I appreciate you providing that safeguard, and I too will be voting in favor of Senate Bill 9. I think it's a great bill, and I just want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman, for all of your work. I know you spent a great deal of time with regard to Senate Bill 9, and I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you for your help on the bill. You've had a tremendous input and influence on the bill, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Chairman Smith yield just for...
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yield for questions. He yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Smithy, for your work on this bill. I just wanted to flesh out, I know Representative Cook asked some specific questions, and I want to flesh this out a little bit more so that, as you know, it is true that denying somebody bail, their life and liberty, it's a very serious matter. Is that correct?
It is a very serious matter.
And we have to have some constitutional safeguards, statutory safeguards, so that we're not unjustly holding somebody or detaining somebody, taking their liberty away. And we have to have some safeguards for that. Is that correct?
It's all about a balancing, as you know, Mr. Wally. We want to keep the right people in jail and get the other people out of jail, if possible.
And to that point, the right people out of jail, the bad people in jail, I get that. I just wanted to flesh out some of the specific enumerated crimes that SB 9 prohibits release for. And so right now, SB 9 prohibits release on personal bond, release without financial requirements, for defendants charged with the following offenses, even if it is their first offense. I want to start there. Even if it's their first offense, SB 9 prohibits the release on personal bond for somebody that's murder arising from the manufacture or delivery of penalty group 1B substances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Also, somebody who's been alleged to have committed a terroristic threats chargeable as Class A misdemeanor or higher. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Violations of certain court orders or conditions of bond. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It also prohibits bond for individuals on parole if they commit a felony.
Well, actually, let me correct you. It doesn't prohibit bail for those individuals, but by a personal recognizance bond. So you're going to have to post a monetary bail or bond. And it could be in really any amount set by the court. But right now, a lot of times the defendant is released on personal recognizance. And so we're trying to tighten that up a little bit for some of these more serious crimes.
Okay. So for somebody, particular financial bail, I guess, for somebody that commits a felony, assault, deadly conduct, or disorderly conduct involving the discharge of a firearm in public or the display of a firearm or other deadly weapon in public to alarm people. Is that my understanding as well?
I think so. I think that's the way it's worded.
Okay. I just want to make those clarifications so that the public's aware of what we're doing this morning.
And I think what we're trying to do is stop this revolving door where...
I get that.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah, no. I get that. You particularly for folks that are... but this first class, these are for folks that have committed their first offense.
Yeah.
That's my understanding. Okay.
Yes.
And then... this applies, as mentioned, to populations over 200,000. Is that my understanding?
Well,
for
that's a different provision of the bill. That just says that in a county over 200,000, a magistrate cannot make a decision to release a defendant of committing serious crimes. It has to be a district judge that makes that decision.
So let me clarify that. So in counties with populations over 200,000, magistrates appointed under Chapter 54 of the Government Code may not release a defendant on bail if the defendant was, one, on bail, parole, or community supervision for a felony and is charged with a new felony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Has 2 or more felony convictions resulting in TDCJ imprisonment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is subject to an ICE detainer.
Yes.
Okay. or is charged with murder, capital murder, aggravated kidnapping, or aggravated sexual assault. That applies to counties with populations over 200,000. Is that my understanding?
That's right.
Okay.
Now,
And-
if you're under 200,000, a magistrate can make that decision.
Okay. On that note, why would we limit, why would not this provision apply statewide?
Well, that's a good question. You know, it came that way from the Senate, and there did not appear to be any good reason to change it. I would say there's two reasons. One is that most of the problems that we're seeing today with bail are not all, most of the problems are occurring in counties over 200,000.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen in counties less than 200,000.
No, I've got an instance, you know, where it's happened. I mean, I can't reveal. I mean, I can't really cite the name, but I know it's happened in a county of less than 200,000. It's much more rare. And the other issue is the available resources that are available. Like a number of rural counties in the state have no individual district judge. It's basically a circuit judge that covers
travels
several
around,
counties.
travels
Yes.
multiple counties. I
And
understand.
so that seemed like a logical place to break off the population was at 200,000.
I think that is a concern of mine, particularly if we're concerned about public safety. We should be concerned about rural communities that might have this issue as well. Now, you mentioned that this seems to be more prevalent. There's a lot of media coverage, and rightfully so, in very egregious evildoers that do this repeated offense. We want to hold those folks accountable. I get that. I guess my concern would be if it applies, you know, for my county and Harris County, it should apply for a rural community as well if that's happening in a rural community. Because I'm concerned about the victims of crimes in Harris County just as equally I would in a rural community, in your community, in the Panhandle or in West Texas. That's my only concern with this provision of the bill, is it applying statewide. And we'll come back to that point.
Okay.
Let me also flesh out. I know Representative Little talked about the appeals portion of the pretrial detention. So SB 9 allows prosecutors to appeal bail amounts they consider insufficient for certain serious offenses or felony offenses committed while on bail for another felony offense. Is that my understanding of the bill?
Right.
Okay. Defendants who are already in custody must remain incarcerated during the appeal. Is that my understanding?
That's correct, up to 20 days.
Up to 20 days. And I was going to get to that. The Texas Supreme Court must adopt rules for expedited appeal procedures for bail in which rulings must be issued within those 20 days. Is that my understanding?
Right.
Okay. And then so a district judge, either in a county where the defendant is being tried or where the felony charge will be filed, may modify a bail decision made by a magistrate of a court without jurisdiction over the offense, regardless of whether the formal charges have been filed. Is that my understanding of the bill as well?
I think that's the language in the bill, yes.
Okay. The local administrative judge must create a procedure for district clerks to notify district judges when a request to review a bail decision is received, and district judges must act by the next business day. Is that my understanding?
Well, there's two provisions. One is basically an appeal from a magistrate's decision to a district judge.
Okay.
And that's in one section. The other section is really a bail decision that's made that the prosecutor feels is an adequate or insufficient amount of bail will have an expedited appeal to the Court of Appeals.
Okay. And if the judge decides to modify a bail decision, the judge must issue a summons for the defendant to appear and give the defendant a reasonable opportunity to appear before issuing a warrant, an arrest warrant. Is that?
Yeah, and that would mean that if a magistrate had set bail at $1,000, it was posted, and then that was appealed to the district judge. The district judge said, no, that's not enough. You need $10,000 of bail in this case. then the defendant would be given reasonable notice and an opportunity to post the additional amount of bail before they would be brought into custody.
And so there's some other key provisions that SB 9 includes, and that would be, and I think this has been mentioned several times, the standard of proof codifies that SB 9 again codifies clear and convincing evidence as the standard required to establish a firm belief or conviction in the truth of allegations used to justify detention or bail conditions. Is that being codified?
Mr. Wally, that's correct, except there is an amendment coming.
Okay.
I discussed this, I think, with Mr. Cook a moment ago on the exchange, to take the clear and convincing definition out of the bill.
Okay. Why would we do that?
Well, the consensus was that the clear and convincing standard is well developed in common law, in case law. It's used primarily in family law cases. And we felt like the consensus among those that were working on it was that we might create confusion if we further defined it in this particular statute.
What standard of proof would we be using?
Well, we would use the clear and convincing standard.
Okay.
And there's nothing
in practice, but not codified.
Well, no. It's in Senate. It's in clear and convincing is in SJR 5.
Okay.
It's another. And so what this was doing, instead of defining it, the standard in the Constitution, we were just defining it in statute. But as I say, the consensus was better that it's developed in common law. There was no need to further define it.
I understand that. And just again, to keep fleshing this out, if a defendant previously released on bail for a felony is charged with a new felony, SB 9 requires an electronic notice to be sent by the next business day to a designated individual in the county so that the court may consider revoking, modifying, or reevaluating the previous bail decision.
Yes.
I think that was touched upon by Representative Cook, is it my
I
understanding?
think we discussed that.
Okay. SB 9 mandates that bail organizations submit monthly reports to the Office of Court Administration detailing specific charge and bond information, including whether any bond forfeitures occurred. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, now this is the section that deals with these nonprofit organizations that take nonprofit money and provide funding for bonds for defendants.
Okay, and then I think we've mentioned on the record that doesn't happen.
Well,
there's dispute that it happens or not happens.
Well, there's no dispute that we do have these nonprofit organizations out there that do this. The dispute was over whether any taxpayer funds are going to these organizations, and so.
Okay, and that's a good clarification.
Yeah,
so we're just codifying what is already prohibited under current law. Is that my understanding?
Well, that was the last bill.
The last bill. Okay.
Yeah, the last bill.
Okay.
Now this bill is just kind of beefing up the reporting requirements. These groups are already required to report to the Office of Court Administration. Okay. And so this is just kind of giving a little more detailed information to OCA so they can evaluate whether the law is being followed.
And then to that point, the bill, as you mentioned, requires the OCA to report any suspected violations of this requirement to the county sheriff.
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's a section on victim notifications on bail compliance.
Yes.
And so SB 9 gives victims, guardians of victims, or close relatives of deceased victims the right to be informed of whether a defendant has complied with bail. Is that my understanding as well?
That's right. It's a victim's rights provision that allows, if a defendant has violated bail, I think everyone agrees that the victim should have a right to know, because it could affect the victim's safety. It could affect how, if the victim is still living, or the family of the deceased victim, it would be something they would want to know.
I think that's a good thing. Yep. Victims do need to be notified, so I have no issues with there. But again, just trying to flesh this out, SB 9 also expands the responsibilities of Texas courts and the OCA through new reporting requirements. Is that my understanding?
There's some new reporting requirements. Okay. I don't think they're onerous by any means.
No, not suggestion, but I just want to flesh that out too. Under SB 9, the public safety report system must now include additional data points and support broader access to prosecutors and district attorneys. Is that what this reporting requirement does?
Yes, we're trying to get full transparency in the criminal justice system so that everyone who's making these decisions has all the information they need to make a good decision.
Okay. And then additionally, SB 9 requires the public safety reporting system to be configured to integrate county or municipal jail records and case management systems. That's logistically, that's important as well, because you have, I mean, obviously you have the Office of Court Administration, but I'm not sure what Harris County does different than Fort Bend or whatever.
Well, one of the problems is that the various counties have different software in place,
Correct.
and it's very difficult to get this information out there. But we have 254 counties, and we want to make sure that whatever county you're in, you get all the information that you need in order to make an informed decision if you're making any kind of bail decision.
Okay. To that point, the bill allows the Office of Court Administration to provide reimbursement grants to local governments for integration costs, but only if funds are appropriated by the legislature. Is that my understanding?
Exactly.
Okay.
And the counties are going to have to do some software updates to get this system fully implemented, and we would anticipate, I don't know if it's in the current budget, you would have more idea on that than I would, but I would anticipate at some point that we will help the counties out on that so that it doesn't become an unfunded mandate.
To that point, do you anticipate in negotiations, look, I serve on the Appropriations Committee, but do you have any knowledge about any reimbursements that some of the counties would have to incur globally? One for integration and the software integration, that's one, but also new staff, additional prosecutors, additional jailers, additional space in our jails. Did we flush that out in the bill as well?
Yeah, I think that it's probably too early to know what the cost is going to be. I think it would probably be better to retroactively reimburse that at some point. We still don't have a good handle on that. As far as additional costs that these reforms will impose on counties, I would say this, that we were very careful in this bill. Sheriff Louderback deserves, I think, a lot of credit because he's managed a jail, he's run a jail, and he knows where to go to get the information. So we actually went to the detail of looking at each county in the state, their jail capacity, their available jail capacity. We looked at the number of cases that have been generated in the past in each of these classifications of felonies to see what population impact we might have. We basically designed the bill and the whole package to fit the capacity that we've got. And we're trying to be mindful of that. We don't want to have to go out and build new jails or make counties build new jails. But there may be additional cost on some of these to counties because there'll be...
The gentleman's time has expired.
Yeah, just what? I think I'm in
Mr.
order
Waller, for what purpose?
One extension of time.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to flush this out on the costs to local counties and the jails. And look, we run the largest jail system in the state at Harris County, and also commingles as the largest mental institution in the state. We prescribe millions of dollars probably of prescription drugs that some of these folks need. They need that medication. Was there any discussion with any of the counties on implementation of this? This is a monumental bill. And look, I'm going to support the bill. Let me just say that. But I do want to flush these things out so that Texans are aware of what we're about to do in a few minutes. Were any of the counties consulted?
Well, I know we did have
changes?
testimony, I think, in the committee or shortly after that. We have had a number of counties contact us with suggestions as to how we could reduce the cost, and we've tried to follow those. I would say this, that most of the offenses and most of the defendants that are covered in this legislation are already going to be held in custody in jails. This is basically trying to ensure that those that slip between the cracks and are released because of a bad decision or whatever, that we are able to keep those defendants incarcerated. So I don't think this is going to be a big increase in the number of inmates that we're housing in Texas, because most of these that fit into these categories are already there. We're just aiming for a few that are slipping through the cracks, and those, unfortunately, are the ones that can do a lot of damage to people. It can ruin people's lives, kill people, and ruin their lives.
No, I certainly agree with that sentiment. No argument on that point.
And I think very, to address your problem, I think, and I've talked to Senator Huffman about this, and I think very possibly when we come back next time, and we're going to have to look at helping some of the counties out on this, because we'll have a lot better data at that point to know if there is, how much additional cost there is. And there's no more function of government, in my opinion, more important than protecting our innocent citizens. I think we have to do that. And so we basically spend what we have to spend to protect our people. And so
I agree with that sentiment. We need to hold people accountable for the crimes they commit. But I also know that we do have a constitution. Folks do have a constitutional, it's the bedrock of our criminal judicial system. And we have to strike that balance. And so I understand the need to strike the balance in these bills in enumerating certain crimes like murder, terroristic threat, violations of certain conditions on bond, possession of firearms. I don't think you'll get any argument for many people, at least for me, I'm sorry, that folks that are repeat offenders should be held accountable and should have a shorter leash, I guess, if you want to call it, than being let out on bond while they're awaiting trial on other crimes. And so when they commit subsequent crimes, it's a problem. So I get that. Just again, I wanted to come back to the county threshold, the 200,000 and the magistrate issue. Is there any sentiment either on the Senate side, or at least from you that's carrying the bill on this side, that we could apply this bill statewide? Because I'm almost positive, I don't have any proof, but I'm almost positive that this would be an issue in other parts of the state as well, not just in Harris County.
Well, it's not an issue to the extent that it is in the larger counties. It's not just Harris County. I think Travis County's been a problem, Dallas County to some extent. And so that's where the problem has been. That's what we were trying to address. I would say this, Mr. Woolley, I think that it is probably a good place to start at 200,000, and then next session, if we can reevaluate and see if that number needs to be raised or lowered or eliminated altogether. But it just seemed, like I say, it came from the Senate that way. We're trying to, avoid a conference committee on this so that we can finally get this done. And it seemed like there was a logical reason to keep it at 200,000 for two reasons.
You mentioned earlier that you're going to include an amendment that takes out clear and convincing. Well, you're already going to go to conference, I assume.
No,
by making changes. Or am I wrong in my
yes
assessment on that? If you're going to make change, you're already going to accept the amendment. You're going to change the bill, so you'd have to go to conference. I don't know. You tell me if I don't know my rule book correctly.
Well, we've been working with Senator Huffman and the Senate on this, and I think that I'm going to have an amendment that will have some cleanup language, including in a moment, including removal of clear and convincing. That amendment has been cleared with the Senate and with the governor's office. So we're hoping that the Senate will simply concur in the bill if we're fortunate enough to pass here.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time and appreciate your work on it, and the folks that have worked on it, I know, have tried to put some constraints on this so that we're not, we're not in prison, we're not incarcerating folks or detaining folks without due process. So I appreciate your time.
Well, I appreciate you reading the bill in so much detail. Thanks.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Certainly.
He yields for questions.
Good morning, Chair Smithy. Just want to clarify some things related to charitable bail. Is it true that under SB 9, charitable bail organizations are only prohibited from posting personal bonds, not monetary bonds? Is that accurate?
They're not prohibited from posting monetary bonds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can charitable bail organizations still post a cash bond for a person charged with a violent felony like aggravated assault?
Yes, if they can under current law, I think they will still be able to do that. I think all we're trying to do with charitable organizations in this bill is just increase the reporting requirements.
And under what circumstances can a charitable bail organization lose its ability to post a bail?
Well, so I think that's a decision that'll be made locally. And so basically what OCA, or Office of Court Administration, does is collect the information and compile the information, and then they report it to the local authorities. If a charitable bail organization is violating the law on a repeated pattern, they could probably be prohibited from doing that in the future.
And is the law merely reporting? You say if they're violating the law repeatedly, like what is that law that they have to report?
Well, there are a
and they're
number
not
of,
reporting?
is my understanding, and is that there are a number of requirements imposed on charitable bond organizations as to how they operate. And so, I think we're not trying to eliminate those organizations at all. Nobody really wants to do that. I think what we're saying is, well, first of all, they don't get any taxpayer money. And secondly, they need to be transparent through Office of Court Administration with their operations.
Right.
There's a real problem in those areas because in any nonprofit or charitable organization, you have a potential for fraud where money is being contributed and it's not being used the way it was intended. And I think there are a number of concerns that we're trying to address to make sure that there's full transparency with those organizations that are purporting to do bond.
So now are charitable bail organizations they're going to be audited or something by somebody? And if so, who?
No,
So if you don't like what bails that they're making, then you can go in and try to find a reason to stop them from being able to post bonds?
Mr. Little just pointed out, and it's true, in current law, we can already, the mechanism is already there to suspend one of these organizations from operating in the state if they violate the rules that apply to them. And so what this bill, really all this does with charitable bond organizations is just beef up the reporting requirements, and it doesn't eliminate them, doesn't stop them from doing what they do. It just beefs that up.
So the charitable bail organizations have to report every bond they post each month?
Well, I can't remember exactly what they have to report, but there's a prescribed report that they have to file with Office of Court Administration, and
Then does this sound right?
well,
They must submit a
well,
monthly
you're
report.
correct.
They have to support a monthly report to OCA by the 10th of each month,
Yep.
listing each defendant, charge, cause number, bond amount, jurisdiction, and any failures to appear on bond or forfeiture. So that now means that the charitable bail organizations must track the people that they post bonds for? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they already do that. They already have to track the name of the defendant, the cause number of the case, and now we're adding that they have to put in there each charge for which the bond was paid. So we'll have an idea of what the bonds are being posted for and the category of offense for each charge, and the amount of the
The
bond
gentleman's
paid.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Smithy.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is an amendment that has been discussed at length among those who've been working on the bill. As I told Mr. Wally, it's been cleared with the Senate and with the governor to make sure that it doesn't endanger the status of the bill. What I would call a technical amendment. The first part, paragraph 1, the first change is simply restructuring a sentence to hopefully make it a little clearer. The second part is we are taking out the clear and convincing standard definition, which I discussed earlier. We are on page 13, line 20, we're making clear that on deferred adjudication cases that it just didn't, the language didn't fit before, so we're clearing that up. And the only other thing is on appeal that there should be a de novo standard applied to the appeal to the district court. And
Mr.
that's
Speaker.
Mr. Bryan, for what purpose?
Well, gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
He yields for questions.
Mr. Smithy, I'm not an expert in this bill, but none of the people who are up here asking the questions, so I thought I would come up and ask you. There is apparently a standard in the bill as it is currently written requiring, and correct me if I'm wrong, clear and convincing proof that the defendant is likely to flee, likely to commit a crime, and maybe some other things if the judge is going to deny bail. Is that correct?
Well, it's not in this bill, Mr. Bryant. It's in SJR 5, which is another piece of legislation. All we had done, and we did this after the bill had come over from the Senate, is we added a statutory definition of clear and convincing. And so all we're removing now through this amendment is the definition of clear and convincing. The clear and convincing standard, it doesn't affect that standard as it applies to SJR 5.
Could you just explain what is the impact of removing clear and convincing?
None, as far as I know, and I wouldn't be doing it if I thought there was an impact. It just the consensus was that that is a term that is well defined not only in other statutes, but it's also defined by common law to mean a sufficient evidence to yield a firm belief or conviction of the truth of a matter. It's much higher than a preponderance of the evidence. And
okay.
So that's the purpose, and it was to avoid the confusion. And also, it didn't really fit in SB 9 because it related to SJR 5. And so by virtue of being in the Code of Criminal Procedure, it would have, I think, caused some confusion because I don't know of any other proceeding in criminal law where we apply a clear and convincing standard. And honestly, it was put into SJR 5 to try to basically tighten up rights of accused. I mean, it was not to hurt accused, it was to protect their rights so that certain things like, well, the propensity to cause injury to other people in the future, you would have to have more than just a preponderance of the evidence.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
This
Yes,
gentleman
I'll-
yield for questions. He
Yes,
yields
ma'am.
for questions.
Thank you. Chair Smithy, I just want to, you said that this amendment removes the definition of clear and convincing. And then I heard you said that it's a common law definition,
Yes.
so it's not defined in statute?
It is defined, as I mentioned a moment ago, in two statutes I'm aware of. Well, it's defined maybe at least once in the Family Code and also in the Chapter 41 of the Civil Practices and Remedies Code as it relates to exemplary damages. But it's a very well-developed standard of proof.
I know, yes, absolutely. But is it defined in the criminal code, in the Texas Criminal Code?
It's
Anywhere?
not, as far as I know, it's not statutorily defined in the Code of Criminal Procedure.
Okay. And so the judges who have been using clear and convincing now, that definition was crafted based on case law. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So does that mean that case law could also change the definition of clear and convincing if it's not defined in statute?
Well, I suppose it could, but once a definition of a standard of proof is established in common law, it's very unlikely that it will ever change.
But it's not
And-
impossible.
And particularly because it's statutorily defined in other places in the statutes.
But it's not in the Code of Criminal Procedure.
No.
Which means that it could, because it's not impossible, be changed in case law by the judges.
Well, we don't use clear and convincing evidence anywhere in the Code of Criminal Procedure or in the Penal Code, as far as I know. It's only being used in this context in SJR 5. And so it really doesn't fit in the Code of Criminal Procedure to have the definition in there, because there's nothing in that code. You know, if we were to say it applies in this code, there's nothing in the code that applies. So I'm just saying it's kind of an orphan here. It really doesn't belong in Senate Bill 9, and it really doesn't belong in the Code of Criminal Procedure.
So is the clear and convincing higher standard than beyond a reasonable doubt?
It's lower. It's between beyond a reasonable doubt. It's between preponderance of the evidence and beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, clear and convincing. So it's preponderance, clear and convincing, and then beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Okay, and so did your bill or did your amendment or anywhere reference the Family Code or the Civil Practices and Remedies Code for the definition of?
No.
No. Okay,
No.
and you didn't want to do that?
Well, I mean, it really doesn't fit in here because, like I say, the language appears in a JR, which would go into the Constitution, and the thought was best that it not be defined in the Constitution, but that we rely on the common law definition.
Okay.
But by any means, it's going to be a higher standard than preponderance of the evidence, which we were trying to elevate that on some of those elements.
And that's for decisions regarding bail?
Yes, whether under SJR 5, just those decisions.
Okay, but for your bill, it did say, but based on this amendment, that you would use a clear and convincing standard.
Well, we still do.
Okay.
That doesn't change. We just had the definition. Like I say, it just didn't relate to the bill or to the Code of Criminal Procedure, so the judgment was it should probably be removed.
So then let me ask you about the public safety report.
Yes.
Is this the one that was created by OCA and the Arnold Foundation?
Well, it's the public safety report. Basically, yeah, the help of OCA is involved, but it's basically a compilation of the information that is relevant to a criminal defendant. It would include the federal crime history, the state crime history, and those types of things.
Do they ask whether the defendant graduated from high school?
You know, I don't know the answer to that.
Do they ask whether the defendant came from a two-parent household?
I don't know that either. I think in some cases it will vary. It will in some, in others it may not.
What do you mean vary?
Well, I mean, the information that's contained in the report can vary from county to county or from defendant to defendant.
Okay, so the questions are not the same for the public safety report?
As far as I know.
Well, I mean, I thought that's what we were trying
That's
to do
not
here.
covered in the bill. That's not in part of this bill.
Well, you know, your amendment says something about a public safety report.
I'm sorry?
Your amendment mentions a public safety
Yeah,
report.
we're just talking about trying to make those reports more transparent to the courts that are involved so that everyone involved has information sufficient to, they have the sufficient information.
But
It
you
really
said-
has nothing to do with this amendment at all.
Well, you mentioned it in the
Yeah.
amendment.
Yeah.
The word is underlined, so that's
Okay.
why it's relevant to my question. And I'm just asking about the public
Okay.
safety report. So it sounds like it's not a consistent form, and it's used differently across various jurisdictions, which may not yield the results that you're looking for in terms of expectations and continuity across jurisdictions if it's different. And I guess you can verify that if it's a different form.
The only thing that report is designed to do is to provide more information to the prosecutor and to the judge or the magistrate in making bail determinations at this stage of the proceedings. That's all it's designed to do, is to try to get in their hands any information that might be relevant or helpful or help them make a very good decision.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd move adoption of
Mr. Smithy sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cook.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply applies to making available for magistrates to be able to make decisions when the district judge is not available. It's limited as written on the amendment, and I move adoption. Or, you go.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
He yields for questions.
Sorry, and just so we can flesh it out, so everybody understands what's.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in SB 9, there's a provision that precludes magistrates from reducing bond or modifying the conditions of bond set by a district judge, right? There's a blanket restriction.
That's correct. Yes.
So what your amendment would do is it would sit underneath that blanket restriction, and it would say, however, the district judge that set the bond, let's say they're in trial, as they tend to be, and they want to refer to a magistrate at their choosing, because there's an issue related to conditions of bond, maybe not the amount of bond. And so your amendment would permit that limited referral to a specific case for a specific amount of time for efficiency purposes, but it would still preclude that magistrate from reducing the bond.
That is correct.
Okay, so they would have a few things at their disposal in those circumstances. They could increase it, and they could modify the conditions. So if there are certain conditions, let's say they've been compliant with and they want to reduce reporting to once a month instead of every week, that's a modification that would be permitted under that amendment, and something that the judge could refer for that limited purpose, correct?
Yes, and usually I would anticipate that this would occur in an event where a judge is in trial and unavailable to review a specific case, and therefore does a limited referral for just as you explained.
Okay, so for those following, there was a blanket restriction. This is going to give a very limited opportunity for the district judge who set the bond, so we're not talking about anyone who's unfamiliar with the case, this is the one that set the bond, that they can refer to the magistrate of their choosing. And again, there's accountability there because we know who's sending the magistrate to do the work.
That's right.
And they wouldn't be allowed to reduce it, but if there were conditions that needed to be modified, either up or down, that magistrate could then do that, or they could actually increase the bond as well.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cook.
You bet.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
He yields for questions.
Representative Cook, thank you for that dialogue. I want to make sure that the amendment says what you are saying it says, because it says a magistrate described by Article 2A 1.1515-14 may modify but may not reduce the amount or conditions of bond set by a judge. So the dialogue you just said seemed to suggest that you only were referring to the amount. However, the way the amendment reads is that the magistrate could not reduce the amount or the conditions. Is that what you're saying, that the magistrate cannot reduce the conditions of bond either?
Yeah, that's how it is written. It says that it may modify, but may not reduce the amount or conditions of bond.
So I thought what I just heard you discuss with Speaker Pro Tem Moody is that the magistrate could adjust the conditions and reduce them, but you're saying that they cannot.
That's correct. They would not be able to reduce, like as far as like removing a condition or anything like that.
So it could not reduce the conditions of the bond under this proposed amendment?
May not reduce the amount.
Well, no, because it reads amount or conditions.
That's how I read it.
Well, if you didn't want them to reduce the conditions, I think you would have to change that sentence, because it reads, they may modify, but may not reduce the amount or conditions. But are you saying that they could modify the conditions down?
They could not eliminate them if that's what you're at. They could not, like, if there's, because the amount, I mean, I think as far as modifying, it goes directly to the amount of the bail that's been set.
And you're saying that they cannot reduce, so if it was a $100 bail, they
Correct.
couldn't reduce it to $50, right?
That is correct.
All right, and if their conditions were ankle monitor and reporting every 2 weeks, they couldn't say ankle monitor and only report once a week?
Yeah, they would not be able to lower the condition. That's correct.
Okay, so you can't reduce the amount or the conditions?
That's correct.
All right, because that's how it reads.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then this is for a circumstance. Can you tell me a circumstance where a magistrate would be used in this situation?
I think the most common example would be if a district judge has made bail, made those terms and conditions, and an attorney comes in and wants to modify those, and the district judge is not available, then that district judge, in limited circumstance, if he or she chooses to do so, may refer it to a magistrate for a specific defendant for a specific limited duration of time.
To modify the amount or conditions?
Without the reduction language, that's correct.
So essentially, all that magistrate could do is increase.
Correct.
They couldn't reduce, but they can only increase. So if the defendant's attorney wants to go before the magistrate, they would be going before the magistrate only for an increase.
That's correct.
So why would they do that?
Well, I mean, that's just, most likely it probably would be, as far as increase, would more than likely be a district attorney, that was trying to move it to increase.
The district attorney would do it, not the defense. Now, is there an opportunity for the defense attorney to object to the use of a magistrate in this particular circumstance?
That's not part of the amendment, but, I mean, you would have to look at the bill to make that determination, but that's not part of the amendment.
Well, do you contemplate that as being part, or would you accept a friendly amendment to your amendment that, because you're creating a circumstance that does not exist in the bill, right?
That is correct.
All right, so right now, magistrates cannot do this.
That is correct.
But your amendment, they would be able to do it. And so my question is, could the defense attorney object to the use of a magistrate if that's all that's available? Because all they know, the only relief they can get is an increase, which is probably not what they want.
Correct.
So is there a provision in here, or would you accept an amendment that would allow a defense attorney to object to the use, just like you do for visiting judges? You can object to the use of a visiting judge?
That's not part of the amendment.
Okay, so I'm asking if you would accept a friendly amendment to allow that process to happen.
Yeah, I would probably defer to Chairman Smithy with regard to.
Is this his amendment, yours?
Well, my position is it's not part of this amendment, so no, I would not accept it. So if you wanted to amend the bill itself, then I believe that you would need to speak with Chairman Smithy about that.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. I move adoption.
Mr. Cook sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Is there objection? There is objection. Record vote on the amendment. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Little voting aye, Mr. Cook voting aye, Ms. Plessa voting aye, Mr. Smithy voting aye. Mr. Louderback voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 122 ayes and 16 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Plessa.
Chair has Ms. Plessa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment removes the population threshold thereby applying the provisions of Senate Bill 9 uniformly across all counties in Texas, regardless of their population size. This amendment addresses instances that have happened in counties with less than 200,000 people, and I believe it's favorable to the author.
Mr. Smithy.
Yes, I'm not going to oppose this amendment. It's acceptable to the author. This will put all counties under the rule. This is the way the bill came over from the Senate, but there's really no, the thing about it is there aren't that many cases, so it will, I think, will have minimal effect that it would apply to, so it's acceptable.
This place a sense of an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Ms. Zwiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. My amendment is quite simple. It strikes the sections of this bill related to charitable bond organizations. Members, we already have some rules in place requiring reporting for charitable bond organizations. We passed those 4 years ago in 2021. We do not need to put a bigger burden on these nonprofits. And members, quite frankly, this is unfair. We do not put any similar requirements on individuals choosing to pay bonds. Pick your bad billionaire of choice, George Soros, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. They could pay the bond for every single person in Texas and would not be required to do any reporting. However, we are requiring this onerous reporting of nonprofit organizations. Members, this is unnecessary. And the other thing I want to add is that in my community in Hays County, our charitable bond organization is saving us money. Hays County has spent $35 million since 2018 sending inmates out of state. Now, not out of state, out of county to be housed elsewhere. And members, that is not because our jail isn't big enough. We actually built a new jail. It is because Hays County cannot compete with other nearby areas to hire jailers. And members, we've made it harder for counties to raise funds. Now we can't pay enough to keep jailers. Now our counties are having to spend more money to send our folks out of county. The charitable organizations that are helping folks who they consider to be low flight risk, bond out and await their trials are saving my county money. So I'm asking you to vote yes on this amendment to make sure that we're not putting onerous, unnecessary requirements on those nonprofits. I move adoption.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
This is a lady yield for questions.
General yield for questions?
I do.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Zwiener. My understanding is that charitable bail organizations already have to disclose the name of the defendant and the cause number of the case that they're engaged in. Is that right?
That is my understanding of the law we passed just in 2021.
And all this bill would do is require those same organizations to identify the charge, the category of offense, and the amount of the bond paid, right?
It is also asking them to try and track bond forfeitures, which is forward-looking and adding a different level of reporting requirements. I also have questions about what this data is going to be used, what story it's going to be used to tell. And the fact that we're putting this level of scrutiny just on nonprofits is unfair and I think not in the spirit of equality that we enjoy here in the United States.
Well, Representative Zwiener, if a charitable bail organization paid bond for a series of defendants who then skipped out on that bond and didn't report back, isn't that something that we want to know?
I think that charitable bond organization would run out of money and not be able to continue to do that work. I think that natural consequence is plenty.
Thank you.
So, members, this amendment is just about making sure that we don't put unfair requirements on 501c3s and making sure that we can have fewer people in our jails so that we don't have to spend $35 million extra dollars like we have in Hays County to try and keep pretrial detainees just because they're low income. I move adoption.
Mr. Smithy in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to move to table this amendment. What we've tried to do is strike a balance here. We're not stopping nonprofit bail organizations from operating. We're just asking for full transparency so we know what they're doing, how they're doing it. This is important not only to the state and the criminal justice system, but it's also important to the donors who donate to these organizations to make sure that their money is being spent the way they intended it to. So just like any nonprofit, there has to be accountability. And we want to make sure that these organizations that are doing this are doing it in compliance with the law. So I would move to table.
Ms. Weiner to close.
Members, these reporting provisions are designed to be a trap for nonprofit organizations to fail. Please vote no against the motion to table and treat everyone who is helping pay for bond the same way. If it's good enough for George Soros and Elon Musk, it's good enough for our charitable bail organizations. Vote no.
Ms. Weiner sends up an amendment. Mr. Smithy has moved to table. The questions on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Smithy voting aye. Ms. Weiner voting nay. Mr. Cook voting aye. Mr. Little voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 92 ayes, 53 nays. The motion to table prevails. Mr. Cook for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move to reconsider the vote by which amendment number 2 was adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The amendment has been withdrawn. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against the bill? Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first piece in a series of very important legislation designed to fix the broken bail system, and so I would move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 122 ayes and 20 nays. SB 9 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SJR 1. Clerk will read the resolution.
SJR number 1 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail for an illegal alien charged with an offense punishable as a felony.
Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 1 until after consideration of SJR 5. We felt like this would be a more logical presentation. I would move to suspend, or move to postpone.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so adopted. Chair lays out on second reading SJR 5. Clerk will read the resolution.
SJR number 5 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the denial of bail under limited circumstances to a person accused of certain violent or sexual offenses or of continuous trafficking of persons.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a constitutional amendment that is required because under our current Constitution that has existed since I believe 1876, we have always had a provision in there concerning bail. It's our 11th, Section 11 of Article 1. They also have the 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution that we have to be mindful of. But what SJR 1 does is it takes our most serious offenders, and it says that in the cases of the most serious offenders, and we list those crimes that are involved here. We start at murder, capital murder, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated robbery, aggravated sexual assault, continuous trafficking of persons. We go through the list and then say that bail will be denied to those individuals if two things are shown. One, that bond will not reasonably, that bond would be insufficient to prevent the person's willful non-appearance in court or to ensure the safety of the community. And so the prosecution will have to prove that one of those two is applicable, and then in that event there will be no bail allowed in that situation. And so I would be glad to address any questions.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield to
Yes.
questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions? Gentleman yields for questions.
Chair Smithy, I just want to go to page 3 of your bill, and it talks about what the magistrate shall consider in terms of when determining whether to, I guess, set bail. Is that what this is? Clear and convincing evidence exists.
Well, he's determining he cannot, the magistrate, he or she cannot release this defendant on bail.
Okay, so as part of the consideration, when not to release someone on bail, it says that they shall consider the criminal history of the person.
Yes.
Sometimes in law, you limit that history to the last 10 years. Is there any limitation on the criminal history of the person?
No, not in the constitutional provision, not in the JR. It allows the consideration of the criminal history, and one of the reasons is, and both sides may want to use the criminal history in this situation. The defendant may want to use it to show that that defendant doesn't have a propensity for committing violent crimes. On the other hand, the state may wish to show the opposite, that the defendant does have a criminal history and would become, because of that, a danger to the community, as either the community or law enforcement or the victim of the offense.
Or it could be used to show that the defendant makes poor judgment, even if they have multiple nonviolent offenses. So I think it could go either way. Is there a reason why you wouldn't limit it? Because what does it consider juvenile offenses as well?
I think we want the magistrate or the judge to have all of the information that could possibly be relevant in this situation. It's a very serious decision that's being made. It can very well mean whether somebody is going to live or die. And so I don't see any reason to limit this based on time. I think a full picture of this individual and their pattern over the years would be very beneficial to the person who's making this bail decision.
So again, if they have a juvenile record, would that also be part of the criminal defendant's record that could be considered?
It would, unless something had been expunged from that record. If it had been expunged, then it wouldn't be a part of the record.
Okay, so any expunctions would not be included.
That's the way I understand it.
What about sealing of a record?
Sealing of the record?
Mm-hmm. Like the juvenile record?
I think that my understanding is that once a record is sealed, that the law enforcement would still have access to that record.
Okay, so that means that the magistrate would still be able to look at the juvenile records?
I think that would be part of the record. The record the magistrate's going to look at is basically the public safety report that's included here. And so whatever is in that report, the magistrate or the judge would be entitled to look at and consider.
Does the public safety report look at the criminal history of the defendant that's unlimited or is it limited to 10 years?
I don't know of a limit on it. I mean, I could be wrong about that, but I don't think there's a limit.
Okay. So based on this bill, the criminal history of the person, it could go 40 years.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. And what is this, at a hearing described by this section, a person is entitled to be represented by counsel?
yes.
Does that mean that they're going to be appointed counsel if they don't have one?
Yes, they will. If they don't have counsel, they will be appointed counsel. That's a guarantee in the U.S. Constitution.
Okay. And this is for the denial of bail hearing?
Yes.
All right. So at the denial of bail hearing for these particular offenses, they would be represented by counsel that would be paid for by the taxpayers?
If they can't afford their own counsel, they will be entitled to counsel.
Okay.
We want to make, this is a very serious matter. We want to make sure that that defendant has access to legal counsel at the hearing.
Oh, I agree, it's very serious as well. And again, these are individuals who have been charged and not convicted of anything. And so I do appreciate that there's an opportunity, well, there's a guarantee that they would be represented by counsel, because
Yes.
that's how serious this is. You're denying a person their liberty
Yes.
on charges that they have not been convicted on. So I do appreciate that you have this part in here that says that they are entitled. So I just want to make sure that it's guaranteed that
Yes.
if they don't have their own counsel, they would be represented by counsel for this particular bail hearing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please excuse Mr. Bojani because of important business on motion of Mr. Lujan. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, I certainly don't want to catch anybody by surprise by any of this. I filed 2 amendments on Friday. The purpose of this amendment is to make an alteration to the burden of proof that's required on the part of the state in demonstrating that bail is insufficient to reasonably prevent that person's appearance, and to change the burden of proof on demonstrating an ongoing risk to public safety. So this is what I've kind of colloquially referred to as the bifurcation amendment. We're going to have 2 different standards of proof. The first standard is under a preponderance of the evidence that bail is insufficient to ensure someone's willful appearance for trial, and we're going to leave in place clear and convincing on ongoing risk to public safety. This amendment brings this proposed Senate Joint Resolution 5 into compliance or compatibility with the Federal Bail Reform Act of 1984, which has been in place over 40 years, that has the exact same burden of proof at a federal level.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple
Does the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions? He yields for
Certainly.
questions.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Little. And I want to drill down particularly on the point that you just made. In our conversations about how we were going to set these burdens, and we had many and took them in various directions, we kind of settled on the litigation around the Federal Bail Reform Act, which was crystallized in the Salerno case. And is it true that the way that your amendment would bring SJR 5 into existence would be in compliance, not compliance, it would be in conformity with the standards and the burdens that are have been tested for constitutional grounds?
Yes, Speaker Moody. So the Salerno case that you mentioned kind of establishes the threshold for due process under the 8th Amendment and entitlement to bail. And the case law that has been developed at a federal level has made it extremely clear that this preponderance of the evidence standard on flight risk and clear and convincing on ongoing risk to public safety is concomitant with the 8th Amendment's protections for citizens like you and me.
So with the amendment and creating the 2 burdens for flight risk versus danger, your amendment would, would arguably prevent a constitutional challenge under due process to this particular prong of the constitutional amendment.
That's the idea. The idea is to make sure that we have tough bail laws on the most heinous violent offenses without doing violence to civil liberties in a way that is unprecedented. So bringing this bill into compatibility with the Bail Reform Act of 1984 gives us a viable Senate joint resolution that we can protect.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Little.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Little sends up amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
Mr. Little.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment was also filed on Friday. I want to take a little bit of time to explain what this amendment does. This modification to Senate Joint Resolution 5 ensures that for the 9 offenses that are encompassed within SJR 5, if there is a repeat offense and there's probable cause to believe that that person was previously convicted or is out on bail for one of the most heinous 9 offenses, that under a probable cause standard, the magistrate or judge has the ability to deny bail outright.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Mr. Little's amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to SJR 5.
Bring your point of order down. Mr. Moody raises a point of order against further consideration of the Little Amendment, Amendment Number 2, under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the joint resolution. Both the joint resolution and the amendment limit the discretion of judges in setting bail. However, the amendment impermissibly expands the scope of the resolution to effectively eliminate judicial discretion. It does this by making the probable cause supporting the accused's arrest, together with the accused's prior criminal history, conclusive facts about absolutely prohibiting the granting of bail. Because the amendment negates the discretion granted by the resolution and is not related to the conditions required in the resolution, it is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against? Mr. Moody, in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. SJR 5 has come a long way. It isn't perfect, but it's a good balance that's going to get us to the right results in most cases. As the bill came to us, it was a may deny bail with no burden of proof on the state and no right to counsel. It also swept up poor people who might miss court due to things like lack of transportation instead of focusing on flight risk. It had some procedural problems. That all got worse in certain proposals that we saw that applied to a wide range of offenses that would have flipped the burden onto the defendant to prove that they should be released. Quite frankly, some of those proposals were gulag bills. However, what we have now is a clear burden placed on the prosecution, where it should be, that lines up with federal standards. It guarantees counsel in these bail hearings. It focuses on only willful non-appearance. It applies only to serious charges and requires consideration of the specific facts behind them. It's true that this is a shall deny bail when those things are proven, but the reality is that's already happening. If the state proves a person is a danger or a flight risk at a hearing where the defendant is represented, that's a person who should be locked up pending trial. Right now, that happens with bail set so high that the defendant can't possibly make it. SJR 5 is a more honest way of doing that. And now, if it's used improperly, a denial fits better into our habeas system. The fact is, we wouldn't be here if there weren't real-life examples of people being released who plainly should not have been. This resolution addresses that. I'll just add a note of regret that we're not doing anything on the low end of bail. That's how the bail reform conversation started a decade ago, and for every improperly released defendant who commits a serious crime, there's 100 low-level offenders held when they shouldn't be, whose lives are upended. We need to do both, and I'm committed to focusing on the low end when we come back next session. For now, there's something fair and reasonable to do at the high end, and I think SJR 5 hits that target. So I'll be voting for it, and I hope you'll join me.
Members, please excuse Mr. Dutton because of important business on motion of Mr. King. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Little, in favor of the bill. Resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, of all the things I've had an opportunity to work on in my life, this may be the most important. And the reason that I tell you that is because we have an opportunity to heal a grievous wound to our state and to our communities. This is not a Harris County bill. It's not a Travis County bill. This is a bill for the state of Texas. There was a Harris County Sheriff's deputy. His name was Fernando Esqueda. He was ambushed by two gentlemen in the city of Houston. There were 41 spent shell casings at the scene. There were two assailants. One was held without bond. The other was released on $500,000 bond on a capital murder case. He made bond. He walks the street free. There are 900 people charged with murder who are out on bail in the city of Houston. 900. In the last 5 years, 968 separate defendants were accused of new serious crimes while they were out on bond. There's a gentleman in Houston named Austin Collette. Following a SWAT standoff, Houston police recovered the bodies of Collette and his girlfriend in a murder-suicide. He had already pled guilty to murder in 2019 and was still awaiting sentencing. In Hays County, Texas, there was a 19-year-old man who was shot dead with a rifle 30 times by a teenager. teenager charged with his murder, was released on bond. A retired Travis County judge set his bond at $150,000. It's a $15,000 cash hit. While he was on bond, he was arrested in Hayes County and charged with trafficking another person and 2 counts of sexual assault of a child. This is our opportunity to repair something that is broken. And if we have the ability to repair something that is broken, we must. I ask you to support SJR 5 with your vote today.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, members, for your attention during this debate. I can assure you that every word in this resolution was developed after a lot of negotiation, of input. We received input from a number of you members, and we tried to address every possible concern. It may not be perfect, but it's the best we could do to fix a system that's been broken for a long time. As I said, we've been working on this for 10 years now, almost 10 years, and it's finally time to get this done. I'll just say in closing one other thing. When we met with the victims, what I was impressed with, I mean, it just really affects you. There's nothing we can do to really help them in their situation. The families of the victims are the victims. It's already been done. But their concern is this. They say, I don't ever want what happened to me to happen to anyone else in the state of Texas. And that's their only concern. And they've given their lives, and they want some good to come out of the tragedy that their families have suffered. And so that's when I realized that, you know, this bill has Senator Huffman's name on it. I guess it's got my name on there, but it's not her bill or my bill or even the governor's bill. But this bill truly belongs to the families of the victims and the victims themselves who have suffered these needless tragedies. So with that, members, I would move adoption of the amendment, of the resolution.
The question occurs on the adoption of SJR 5. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 8 nays. SJR 5 is adopted. Chair lays out SJR 1 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR number 1 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail for an illegal alien charged with an offense punishable as a felony.
Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the final piece in the package that has been put together. It addresses a special category of criminal defendants, and these are people who are in this country illegally, either by virtue of having entered the country illegally or else staying after their authorization had expired. We took this resolution as it came from the Senate. We were a little bit concerned with the definition of what an illegal alien, what constitutes an illegal alien. And we didn't want to capture any of the people that we shouldn't be capturing here. And so we refined that definition as it is written in the most recent version of the SR. We also dealt with the problem that, or the situation where the Senate had basically applied this to any felony. Well, we looked through the felonies, and Legislative Council had inventoried all the felonies that we have in Texas, and here's the list. It's about 30 some odd pages with probably 30 felonies on each page. It goes from everything from operating a grain elevator without a license to slandering a savings and loan. Those are all felonies that are on our books. They go all the way from the Agriculture Code through the Business and Commerce Code, Health and Safety Code. penal code. They're all over. They're in all natural resources code. They're all over. So these aren't people that we necessarily need to lock up and throw away the key. Somebody that slanders a savings and loan. Okay, we agree. So we went through carefully and tried to pick out the offenses that pose either a real threat to the safety of society or a threat basically to our system of government. And after we had done that, it may not be a perfect list. We tried to match that with the impact that this would have on the justice system. And so we limited those felonies down to the ones that we considered essential. Now, let me just say this about the resolution, which I think needs to be said. This deals only with people who are here illegally. They are covered under federal law. Virtually, really, as far as I know, everyone who is covered by this act is covered by federal law, and particularly with the Laken Riley Act that passed earlier this year. And Sheriff Louderback can explain it better than I can, but because he's dealt with this for years, but what happens is when the federal statute defines alien basically as anyone who's not a citizen. So, or maybe a lawful permanent resident, but I think it's just a citizen. There's a very broad class of alien. Now, if you're an alien and you are arrested for any of these crimes, these serious crimes, and Laken Riley Act expanded that list of crimes, you automatically are subject to a detention hold by ICE. ICE will place a hold on that individual. They can't be released for any reason. And, you can post a bond, but you can't get out of jail if you're in that category. And so almost everyone that this resolution would apply for is already covered under the Immigration Naturalization Act, and they're not going to get out of jail. They're ultimately going to end up in the detention or custody of ICE.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Let me finish, then I will.
Not at this time.
Thanks. So the purpose of this is to capture that very small group that may slip between the cracks. And these are going to be people who are in the country illegally and who have committed some very, very serious crimes, or at least are accused of committing those crimes. And there has to be a finding of probable cause by a court, not just a grand jury, but by a court, that there's probable cause that the acts alleged have been committed. This resolution in the Senate was entitled the Jocelyn Nungery Act. We're all aware of the tragic case of Jocelyn that occurred last year, brutally assaulted, murdered, and her body just left for dead. And such a tragic occurrence. We've had the opportunity to visit with members of her family who are really involved now in trying to make a positive change as a result of what happened to Jocelyn. We're not trying to be unfair here or difficult, but we do want to protect our little girls and our little boys and our mothers and everybody that is vulnerable in this society from these things that can happen. And so I will yield for questions.
Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
He yields for questions.
Just a couple of questions, Chairman Smithy, and thank you for I think that everybody agrees that we should all protect young people regardless of who that perpetrator is. So in the United States versus Salerno, the Supreme Court Chief Justice William Rehnquist wrote, "In our society, liberty is the norm, and detention prior to trial or without trial is the carefully limited exception. Can you talk to us about SJR 1 with respect to the principle of liberty being the norm for the people that are affected by it? And are you aware that the U.S. Constitution requires the judges to make individualized determinations about whether a person poses a flight risk or danger to society before denying bail? And do you believe that this complies with that requirement?"
I think it does. For example, I mean, like we're essentially doing this now, Mr. Mayor. the federal government is doing this. Once they put a detainer, there's no release until ICE determines that the individual can be released. And so,
so then what's the purpose of the bill if it's already being done now? Why would you take an additional step if you've just stated it's already current law?
Well, it's already current law, but we still have very real cases of people, for lack of a better term, slipping between the cracks. And those are typically the people that that are causing the major problem and posing the biggest risk to the security and safety of our citizens.
Can you tell me where those cracks occurred, Chairman Smithy?
They can occur if ICE misses a detainer. Sometimes in your sanctuary cities where you don't have someone reported, there are a number of ways that the system can fail to detect those individuals.
But we're talking about folks that are already incarcerated at this time, correct? So they would have already been in our county jails, not a city. So it wouldn't be a sanctuary city because it's not cities that jail.
Well, if they're sanctuary cities, some sanctuary cities don't notify ICE in the event of a detention, or they don't even make an effort to determine if the person's illegal or not. That has happened in the past.
But if it's of these particular crimes that this bill entails, as you laid out, these persons would not be in a city jail. They would be in a county jail at that point. Is that not correct?
This level of offense would be in county jail.
So this doesn't have anything to do with sanctuary cities per se?
No.
Okay. So can you point to specific offenses for which a denial of bail would be required under SJR 1? And when you were working on this bill, did you consult any findings or expert testimony showing a link between immigration status and actual pretrial behavior?
Well, I do know that that it's hard to have any real statistical study because of the ICE detainers, because you don't have. It's hard. It would be hard to go out and do a study of whether people who are in the country illegally are more of a serious flight risk than those who aren't.
I mean, wouldn't you have the data to show you who those persons are?
Well, the data is going to be misleading because most of these people, are, as I mentioned, are already subject to an ICE detainer. But common sense says, and generally one of the factors that is considered in determining whether someone is a flight risk would be their roots in the community, whether they have family in the community, a home in the community, a job in the community. In most cases, a person, not every case certainly, but in many cases, a person who is in the country illegally doesn't have those roots. It's not case, as I say, in all cases, but it's the case in many.
So without the study showing those that have been that have received the ICE hold, are you aware of any other data that shows or a pattern that shows that these people maybe fail to appear in court in larger numbers, or that those persons are more dangerous to public safety as compared to other folks that are not of this immigration status?
Yeah, I would just give you this, that during the Biden administration, there was a policy when an illegal alien was apprehended, many of them had been instructed to simply claim asylee or refugee status when they were apprehended. And so the practice was to write a citation, basically requiring them to appear in court sometimes as far as 5 to 7 years later. And I know the appearance rate for those who were cited was not good at all. It depends on what time period you're looking at, but in most time periods, it's around 10 to 15% of the persons who receive a citation that actually show up for their hearing. And so
understood. And those persons would have a hold of some sort if they didn't go to trial. But my question was, if you believe that these persons present a higher risk to public safety as compared to others, just because they didn't show up to their court date wouldn't seem to me, other than just not going through that civil procedure, they didn't necessarily do that. I'm going to move on to a different question, Chairman, if you don't mind. why did your bill categorically forbid granting bail or pretrial release? In expanding the ability of judges to deny bail through an individualized assessment of flight risk or dangerousness, inadequate to achieve the state's objective in these cases. So what alternatives to categorical pretrial detention were considered for the people described in your bill, such as supervised release with GPS monitoring as an example?
Well, I would say this, that, the federal government doesn't do any GPS monitoring. And if we bond someone out who is here illegally and who is accused of committing a crime, basically what we're doing, Mr. Romero, is we're saying we're giving them a head start on the federal authorities. That's all we're doing. We're saying, okay, you're out of jail. You probably have 24 to 48 hours to escape and get away, and they may very well do it. We may not. I'll give you an example. I mentioned in my opening remarks a moment ago on another bill of a young lady who was raped in Williamson County. The rapist, after conviction, he was an illegal alien. He was allowed out on bond, and he hasn't been seen since. We don't know where he is. He may be causing havoc in another part of the state or another part of the country, or he may be back in another country. We don't know.
Chairman, I have other concerns, and some of those want to ask some more questions. I do have deep concerns about defining illegal alien and some of the folks that you've left out, which I want to come up and discuss with you while others ask, and maybe potentially through some amendments. I think that you have folks that are DACA recipients that are not in the definition as those people that have status. I think that those of us that know these kids, or maybe our own children have gone to school with them, know these are some of the best and brightest people that we have in our state. And I think that your bill in defining illegal alien left those folks out and left them in a position where they feel that they're at more risk than anyone else. And, in effect, these people see themselves as U.S. citizens. So I'll talk to you about that, but I want to do that through the amendment process.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gomez, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for some
Mr.
questions?
Smithy, would you yield?
Yield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Smithy. I appreciate the discussion we're having today because we're about to presumably ask the body to do something of great constitutional magnitude that affects not only the Texas Constitution, but has implications on the United States Constitution as well. And so I think what you were discussing a minute ago with Chairman Romero was the individualization, the individual process, that the detail that each defendant who's brought forward, each accused is brought forward, is entitled to when undergoing a bail hearing. You'd agree with me that categorically under the United States Constitution, each individual is entitled to, for a magistrate or a court, to individually determine their circumstance on a case-by-case basis, correct?
Not necessarily. I think someone who's here illegally is entitled to.
So prior to what you're trying to do here today, you'd agree with me that under the United States Constitution, each individual is entitled to an individualized case-by-case analysis of their accusation in regards to bail, prior to what you're trying to do here today?
No, I don't.
In which instance is someone not entitled to an individualized analysis of their case?
Well, you asked me about constitutionally. I think that, even
Is
someone.
each person
Okay, let me answer.
constitutionally not entitled to an analysis of whether or not they're a flight risk, the nature and circumstance of their crime, whether or not they're a danger to society? Are those not the enumerated factors that each individual is entitled to under a bail analysis?
Well, you're asking me two different questions. One, you're talking about bail analysis, and you're talking about due process under the Fifth Amendment.
Okay, let's
If-
talk
if-
about bail.
Well,
Right now, as we stand here, cloaked under the United States Constitution, is each individual not entitled to a case-specific analysis of their circumstances?
that is not in the Constitution.
So right now, would you please give me an example, absent this legislation, where an individual is not entitled to a case-by-case analysis of their specific circumstances regarding bail?
Well, let me just say this, that if you've got an ICE detainer on you, you're not getting
Chairman,
bail.
I'm just asking you to answer the question.
No,
Would you
well-
please explain to me, aside from the legislation that you're trying to pass here today, wherein under the United States Constitution, an individual is not entitled to a case-specific analysis of whether or not they're a flight risk, the nature and severity of their crime, whether or not they're a danger to society. Isn't it true that each person is entitled to that analysis? As we stand here today.
Well, let me finish answering your question, okay? That's only fair. And so what I would tell you is, to my knowledge, there is nothing in the United States Constitution that says what you've just said or deals with what you've just said.
It's your
I will
opinion
tell
that
you.
there's no
Let me finish.
constitutional
Let me
right to
finish.
bail?
Hold on. Let's don't talk over each other. Let me finish.
I know, I'm getting
Now-
just as frustrated. I agree.
Okay. So you have the Fifth Amendment. Courts have the Fifth Amendment basically guarantees certain rights, a number of rights, multiple rights to persons. Courts have determined the use of persons to indicate that it would apply to all persons, not just citizens. Other
Right.
provisions apply to citizens. What is due process and what constitutes due process under the Fifth Amendment is generally left to the courts, both federal courts and state courts. And to answer your question, we've had people that have briefed on the United States Supreme Court, been briefing attorneys there, review this. And we specifically reviewed it by constitutional lawyers and people who have actually been in the Supreme Court, working in the Supreme Court, who have told us that what we're doing here is constitutional.
Respectfully, can you please articulate a situation outside of this bill wherein individuals are not entitled to a case-by-case analysis of the factors surrounding their accusation for bail?
Well,
there is
I
none.
gave you one. An ICE detention. I mean, you're in custody.
Right, which
You're
would
in
absolutely
detention.
make what you're trying to do here moot, obsolete, repetitious, redundant, excessive, unnecessary, because you've already articulated on a multitude of occasions that the federal government is already doing that, correct?
Well, if they do, it doesn't affect it. But as I told you, there are some that get through the system anyway, and they're released out into the public, and those end up being the most dangerous people that we have out there, and they have caused and they will cause real harm. And all I'm trying to do is protect these citizens. I mean, this is not a first-year law school discussion. We're talking about the real world here. We're talking about little boys and little girls who have been brutally savaged and raped and murdered. And we can't keep doing that. We know that what we're doing now is not working. The human tragedy that has occurred because we've had this law school debate about rights. What about the rights of these victims? What about Jocelyn Nungaray?
Respectfully,
What
Chairman,
were her
staying
rights?
on the bill, staying on the bill.
I'm on the
Thank
bill.
you.
That's
Let's stick the conversation to the bill and do not talk over each other, please, so the members can hear the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Smithy, I believe earlier what you were articulating in regards to the Supreme Court has analyzed that all persons are entitled to constitutional benefits. Is that correct? You were referring to equal protection, not exactly due process. You're not,
No, the gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Ms. Gomez.
I'd move for an extension.
There is objection. This is a majority vote. Vote aye, vote no, members. Aye for the extension, no against the extension. Record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gomez voting aye. Mr. Smithy voting aye.
Again.
Show Mr. Tenderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 118 ayes, 21 nays, the time is extended.
Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead,
Speaker.
Ms. Gomez.
Chairman Smithy, who, in crafting your definition of illegal aliens in the bill, what experts or agencies did you consult in crafting said definition?
Well, I know we, and through the Speaker's office, we went through, we talked to some immigration lawyers who are involved in this, and we weren't really happy with the Senate definition, so I think we refined that some. And this is where we landed to try to land this population or this class of people here who are here in this country illegally. And honestly, when you talk about visas, both permanent residency and temporary residency, you're talking about literally hundreds of status classes that you're dealing with. And so it's a very complex issue, and we tried to capture. First of all, our definition is narrower than what you have in federal law. Federal law doesn't really define illegal aliens. It defines alien, and the definition of alien is much broader than what we have here. That's why we use the term illegal alien, because we wanted to narrow it from the federal statute, which requires a detention in even more cases than what we're applying this to.
So in this case, in this instance, let's assume that there's not an ICE detainer on an individual who's brought forward, meaning in this case, for whatever reason, ICE hasn't pegged them in the system quite yet. They're brought forward, they're about to be magistrated. Whose burden is it at this point to prove that an accused meets your definition of quote-unquote illegal alien?
It's the prosecution's burden.
By what standard of proof?
I think by probably preponderance, more likely than not. Although, if you can prove,
But you'd agree with me that your bill does not articulate that. What standard of proof?
we do not articulate a standard. But let me just say, this really isn't rocket science. What they're going to have to do, they have the burden to prove it, and they're going to have to put on evidence.
What type of evidence would they put on?
Well, it's primarily going to be records that come from the federal government, from INS and ICE and Customs and Border Patrol.
At this point, you'd agree with me, the accused has absolutely no legal obligation to comply or to violate their right to remain silent in this process, to participate in any inquisition in regards to their immigration status.
I think they have that right, certainly. And because what you're going to have to do, if you're the prosecution, you're going to have some, as a practical matter, you're going to have documentary evidence showing the immigration or non-immigration status of this individual. And I will say, if in those rare cases, if the documentation turns out to be wrong or outdated, the defendant can always come back in and show that at the time.
Through what process of appeal or what mechanism, what right do the defendant have to contest that finding?
It's not really an appeal, but the bond status, or the bail status for this individual, if it's determined later, I mean, if nothing else, a habeas corpus, there are several ways that you can bring this to the court's attention. It's not a permanent decision if it's not correct. We want it to be corrected.
So what?
But we don't want to put that in the Constitution.
Right. What mechanisms do you intend for the magistrate or the district court to utilize to make this determination, this assessment of immigration status?
Well, you're going to have the assessment with the federal documentation from the ICE. Generally, it's an ICE document. The ICE document will tell you their status, immigration status or citizenship status. And once that status is determined, and it will be documentary evidence, it's really a very easy call on the part of the magistrate to see whether they fit in the terms. And we tried to make it as simple as possible to see if they fall within the category of a definition of an illegal alien that's defined in the JR.
So you'd agree? I guess we keep referring to these documents. I mean, ordinarily, I can't just go to court and introduce a document. For example, there are evidentiary rules and procedures that prohibit this specific type of hearsay. Again, what are we asking of our state agencies to do in compliance with federal agencies to come prove up these documents? I don't just go and say, here's someone's visa that's expired, right? That's completely a hearsay document. How do we intend for them to prove this up now?
Well, this is at the magistration level. And so, you know,
wherein the rules of evidence still apply.
Well, at the magistration level, the magistrate has access to the criminal history and to the public safety report and a lot of other documents that aren't necessarily verified as evidence in the case, but has access to that information. And this is just information that allows the magistrate to make a decision in accordance with the law.
Without reviewing verified documentation?
Well, it's official government records that have come in from probably ICE, or it could be...
Again, under the rules of evidence and procedure, these documents had to be proven up. I mean, that's the
But
first
I don't
thing.
think that applies to the magistration hearing.
You don't believe the rules of evidence apply to a magistration hearing?
Well, not necessarily, no. I mean, because a lot of rules don't apply. The magistrate's just setting bail in that situation.
So it's your understanding now that a magistrate can use
Well-
unverified documents to make a federal determination about immigration status so as to restrict their right to bail?
If it's a problem, the records can be verified with an affidavit very easily. So I don't see that
Respectfully-
being an obstacle at all.
Again, documents with affidavits are not substantive evidence to prove up in court, with all due respect.
They come in under official government record exception to hearsay or the business records exception to hearsay. So
So
yes, they are admissible in a court, and they would be admissible in a magistrate's hearing.
It's your contention now that they should utilize business records affidavit to prove up these federal documents?
There are several hearsay exceptions that would apply if we assume that the rules of evidence apply, which I don't believe they do.
Now that they're going to be making these determinations in regards to immigration status, what training do you anticipate that our Texas magistrates or judges should have over determining immigration status?
I don't think they need any training to do this. I mean, all they have to do is look at the status that's revealed on their documentation and look at the constitutional requirement, and it will be self-evident whether the person falls under this category or not.
Respectfully, Chairman Smithy, I would argue there are immigration judges who spend hours making this careful determination, entire courts that have been carved out alone to make these very carefully planned out judicious determinations, and it's your opinion that a magistrate can simply do it. I believe you said it's obvious. It
Well-
feels quite demeaning and insulting to the process that we give at this point at the federal level to these individuals.
Well, let me just say this. Immigration can be a very complex matter, but we tried to make this categorization as simple as possible, and I believe it is simple enough that once the documentation is obtained, it will be obvious, it will be evident as to whether a person falls into any of these categories or not.
Respectfully, Chairman Smithy, I agree with you. Immigration determinations are an extremely complex matter, which is why I don't believe this HJR satisfies that with the way this is construed and placing this burden on our magistrates who are already overworked and underfunded and our district court judges who at this point do not have the resources available to them to make that determination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
I respectfully raise a point of order against further consideration against SJR 1 on the grounds that the caption fails to give the legislature and the public reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure as required by House Rule 8, Section 1A1.
Bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The gentleman's time has expired. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Smithy.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a refining amendment. It basically tries to shorten the language that we already have in SJR 1, where we already have burglary and certain circumstances. This just changes that to say burglary of a habitation if the offense is punishable as a felony of the first or second degree, which would usually involve some extenuating factor. I would move adoption.
Mr. Smithy sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, it's straightforward. It's a clarification that ensures that SJR 1 doesn't unintentionally sweep in people who are lawfully present in the United States under federal law. It enumerates every recognized category of legal presence, from lawful permanent residents and refugees, which were already included in the bill. It does not create a new category. It simply reflects it already recognized under federal immigration law. Let's make sure that SJR focuses on violent offenders and not those who are here lawfully.
Purpose.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to ask a couple questions. The bill as written currently, is it your understanding that there are particular individuals who may be granted the ability to be here in the U.S. but do not necessarily have status per the INA federal law that dictates as far as what our immigration laws are here in the United States?
That's correct. There's some folks that have already started their residency applications that are not covered under the bill. There are those that are here that have humanitarian parole. There's some that are already under order of supervision by the federal court. So what we're trying to do here is just to ensure that all those, including those that have an application under the Violence Against Women Act, are also, actually we have so many folks here that have talked about how important it is that we address trafficking. So some of those folks that have been victims of human trafficking or violence, they should also be protected. Those are granted to women and children impacted by domestic violence. So I think that there's some things, and I've talked it over with Chairman Smithy. I'd hope that he could understand and agree that while there has been negotiations throughout the chambers, that he does not want to tie in folks into this web where we're really going after the most violent criminals.
And thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate Chairman Smithy for obviously his work and others in making sure that we got a committee sub on this particular bill so that we could flesh out some of the definitions. I know that there was one that was added and kind of clarifying lawful presence, which, like I said earlier, the instances of understanding that both of those are separate from each other. An individual can be granted the ability to be present here in the U.S. but not necessarily have status is very important. I understand that in that particular definition, they included individuals like asylees, refugees, but those are individuals that were actually given that status and not necessarily individuals that had pending applications, correct?
That's correct.
I believe in that definition, they also included U.S. citizens as well as legal permanent residents or green card holders, as most people know them as well, correct?
It is included.
But my understanding is there's a particular enumerated list of individuals who are granted permission to be here in the U.S., and I say that as somebody who actually practices in immigration law that is not included in these lists. You discussed one, which are the DACA applicants, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. These are a lot of individuals who, quite frankly, when I first started practicing law, submitted the first round of applications. These individuals who continue to keep reapplying and allowing themselves and availing themselves of this program, which to this point have passed judicial muster, are individuals who have to go through the background checks. They're not allowed to have any type of criminal offenses. And if they do get caught up in the criminal, any kind of criminal actions, they in fact
Lose their status.
are deported. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In addition to DACA, there is also deferred action, which a lot of folks don't realize, but DACA is actually separate from deferred action. You could actually end up maybe not qualifying for DACA, but you can qualify under deferred action. These individuals are also not included and will be trapped into this particular bill. Is that correct?
That's also correct.
I know that there was also enumerated in this definition parole involving what we call parole in place, which are for military members, but this particular bill did not include individuals who are also paroled under humanitarian parole, advanced parole, and temporary permission for any type of significant public benefit or humanitarian reasons. Is that correct?
I think that there's lots of concern that the definition did not include many of the different statuses as you described. The fact that it didn't have the Violence Against Women's Act and victims of human trafficking, I think those things are of great concern, but especially those who are DACA. I mean, I have a brother and sister that came at that age, and they are in effect Americans, and I would like to hope that this body could ensure that those people have the right to due process in the same way that the rest of us do as well. So.
Absolutely, and I think one other particular category that I think falls into that same area are the individuals who are granted TPS protection, or what is called temporary protected status. And these particular individuals are given the ability to remain here in the U.S. or come to the U.S. Because they, in fact, identify or came from a country that is facing war, disaster, or unsafe conditions. My understanding is that these particular individuals who don't really have a country to go back to are also could potentially get caught up in this because they have not been enumerated in this particular definition that was added in the committee sub. Is that correct?
Thank you, Representative, because that's exactly what this amendment is asking, is that we can define this bill so that it protects those people that are already visible. They are in communication with our federal government. These are not people that are hiding. They're probably people that have already presented themselves through fingerprinting and even photo IDs in many cases. So I hope the chairman and the members would adopt this amendment.
I agree, Chairman. Thank you so much for bringing this amendment, and I look forward to voting for it.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Smithy in opposition.
First of all, I appreciate Ramon bringing this, and I have a lot of respect for him. We've talked about this at length. But this definition was very carefully crafted. Our definition does not include a lot of people who are included in the federal statutes in the Immigration Naturalization Act. Ours is much more restrictive. It is much more restrictive than the Senate bill was. We tried to take out anybody who we felt had a lawful right to be in the country as either a citizen or as a permanent lawful resident. We also took out the asylees and the refugees, which is, as I say, those individuals are going to be subject to an ICE hold, even though they are not subject to our resolution. So what I would just say is this. We're dealing with a class of people here that has radically changed over a number of years. In the last 10 years, we have received a number of people in this country who came here not to get a job or to make a better life. They came here to harm us, either by distributing drugs to our children, or trafficking young boys and girls, or in committing other types of crimes. It's a very diverse group of people coming into this country today. We don't really know who all is here. We have people who very likely are here to subvert or even terrorize us, who have come across the border. We hope not, but we expect we do. And so what I would say is this: these are the people in this amendment are individuals who have been given a special status, some sort of status with Customs and Immigration. But to get to this point in this resolution, there has to be probable cause that they have committed a very, very serious crime. They have to kill somebody, they have to rape somebody, they have to traffic human beings. Those are all very serious matters. And let me tell you, you let some people, like a murderer, out of jail, they may or may not kill somebody else while they're on bail. But if you let a human trafficker out on bond, what do you think they're going to do the minute they get out? Traffickers are going to traffic.
Mr. Speaker?
Hold one moment. You let a drug distributor or drug dealer get out. What do you think they do when they get released? They start spreading poison to our children again. And this is I mean, this is a balancing process. And I'll just say this definition wasn't pulled out of air. It was in consultation with immigration attorneys, and also it was a collaborative with the Senate and the governor's office. And I can't just unilaterally agree to change it on the floor.
Garcia Hernandez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Certainly, yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I do appreciate, and I think a lot of members as well, with concerns about what the original bill, the original SJR looked like, and to the work that has been done in creating some definitions that add some additional individuals that we obviously do not necessarily want caught up in this particular instance. I don't think anybody disagrees that individuals who are coming here or who are here and causing harm, that they need to be dealt with in whatever way that we need to deal with them. But I am concerned, and I do understand the amendment that Romero has brought forward, and I just had a few questions in regards to that.
Okay.
In regards to the amendment as Rep. Romero has forward right now, these particular individuals, I believe the Humanitarian, the VAWA, the Violence Against Women's Act, these are particular individuals that I file applications for on a regular basis. These are individuals who, quite frankly, because they're availing themselves of the laws here in the U.S., they want to remain here. So whatever it is, and of course every application is different, and there are different things that you have to produce, evidence, and thresholds that you have to cross in order to even be granted this relief. These individuals are essentially saying, I want to remain here in the U.S. and comply with whatever it is that I need to comply with to remain here because, say, for instance, an individual Violence Against Women's Act, a woman who has been maybe brought here against their will, maybe even brought here illegally by a spouse who they've suffered abuse, or even had their children abused as well, in instances of past cases that I've done for clinics and examples. But these are individuals who literally, they may not even necessarily have another country to go to. And so I understand the concern of flight risks and those other instances, and of course that goes to the underlying bill itself. But is it your understanding that individuals like those individuals that avail themselves of VAWA or humanitarian parole, those type of things, or even our deferred action applicants, our dreamers, that these are individuals who shouldn't necessarily be considered flight risks?
In some cases, yes. And I will say that all of these categories that are raised in this amendment, certainly there are some people in there that we should give special consideration to as far as immigration status is concerned, but that's not what this resolution is about.
Correct.
These people don't get to this point unless there is probable cause demonstrated by evidence that they have committed a very, very serious crime and hurt somebody really bad in the United States of America. And we try to be a very generous country, but when you come into our country and you harm our citizens, then we have an interest in making sure that we protect other citizens so that you don't harm them as well. And that's all this is about.
I do quite a bit agree with you in some instances, Chairman. The only concern, or the biggest concern, because it seems like you're talking about as far as them doing harm, whenever they're being considered, this is an accusation, and I don't necessarily want to get off, obviously, the amendment, but that is a big concern as well. And of course, I know this particular type of SJR is something that also was passed in Arizona as well, which my understanding in the last 2 years was struck down for being unconstitutional. And so that's a concern as well. But I just wanted to speak specifically to the amendment itself and making sure that we have clarity. These are individuals that quite frankly, they don't want to have to leave the U.S. They've availed themselves of the process here because they don't identify and see other countries as being their country. They consider the U.S. as being their country and avail themselves of humanitarian as parolees, asylum, refugees, VAWAs, all of these SIJs, all of these particular avenues are individuals that avail themselves of the laws here in the U.S., and may not necessarily have status, but want to be able to have presence here. And so I just wanted to make sure that y'all were taking that consideration on this particular bill. And of course, I believe this amendment is in the right direction of making sure that we include some of those individuals. So I appreciate you taking the time to answer my questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Members, I move to table.
Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that some of the points that were brought up by Chairman Smithy are absolutely valid. The points where we disagree are that these are folks that have just come in. The folks that are in the part of this amendment are folks that have already been here and for the most part have presented themselves to the United States government and said, this is who I am. They're not hiding in the shadows, and that's why I think that they should be included in the declaration of those folks that could at the very least be entitled to their day in court, so that when my concern is someone is undocumented or illegal, and just because now they're being held in court, prosecutors lean towards we're going to get to a final conviction, despite that evidence not being as strong. And I think that's something that we've never done before that I've been here, where we're going to put a little bit of a shadow. We're going to tip the scales in the direction of injustice. And I really think that for that reason, I hope and I would pray that you would consider this very minor amendment. This is a very minor amendment. This is just adding a few classes of people that already have protected status. And if they commit that crime, and if there's enough probable cause, to Chairman Smithy's point, they're not coming out anyway, guys. But I'm saying for those that have been accused and maybe the evidence isn't as strong, that we give them their day in court and don't already start to make them guilty before that's been proven. Move adoption.
Mr. Romero sends up an amendment. Mr. Smithy has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Smithy voting aye, Mr. Romero voting nay. Mr. Darby voting aye, Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye, Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 89 ayes, 55 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is much more narrow than the prior one. This just simply addresses those that have a deferred status, otherwise known as DACA. So, members, if you want to take a position on those kids that have also presented themselves or going to our schools, likely already going off to great careers, please support your DACA recipients.
Mr. Smithy in opposition.
Mr. Romero, I've discussed this as well. And the problem with DACA is it's the deferred action of childhood arrivals. And it's not really what you would call lawful presence in the country, but what it is a deferred action on your status that allows certain individuals to stay in our country for a limited period of time. It has to be renewed. It's not a law. It was done by executive order by President Obama, and it's subject right now, I think, to some court challenges. And the current administration has indicated a willingness to suspend DACA.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
Give me 1 second, Ms. Gonzalez, and I will.
Not
Mr.
at this
Speaker.
time.
And so if you're a DACA eligible, or even if you're a DACA recipient, you are subject to being to the ICE hold. In other words, if you're accused or charged with committing a crime, particularly these crimes that are in our resolution, you will be subject to a DACA, to an ICE hold. You will not get out of jail. And so to that extent, this resolution doesn't really change anything. If we release them on the state level, the federal government will take custody of them under the hold. And so, as I said, we broadened we narrowed the people that we're going to capture here over what the federal government does on ICE holds, and also the Senate version. But we finally had to come down. And honestly, if you're a DACA recipient or a DACA eligible person, that doesn't mean you're not going to commit a serious crime. And if they do commit a serious crime, or if there's probable cause to believe they have committed a serious crime, we don't want them back out on the streets. And so this doesn't apply to all DACA eligible people. It just applies to those who have been found to have probable cause to have committed a very, very serious crime. And I'll yield.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentlemen yield for
Yes.
questions? He yields for questions.
Listening to your opposition of the amendment made me think that if you said the federal government's already going to capture them in their usage of DACA, we wouldn't need that. We should just maintain the bill as a status quo. But I guess my thing is, why not include them as an exemption? Because to your argument, the Fed's already going to do that.
Well, as I've said with all the other categories, everybody that we pick up in this, as far as I know, is going to be subject to an ICE hold. They will be subject to an ICE hold. So the practical effect of this, it's not going to increase jail populations by any significant numbers. All we're aiming for are the people who don't get caught with the detention. And if we bail those people out and they know there's a detention either coming or should have come, all we're doing is giving them a head start on the federal authorities. That's all we're doing.
I think what the concern, Chairman, is that there are lots of members on this floor who have seen some of our DACA students be targeted at universities currently right now through what's happening in the larger political climate. And there's fear and anxiety around that. And so by accepting this amendment, you would be really trying to say, okay, there are concerns about what's happening. There are certain students who are being targeted. We have seen actual news stories where they have been charged of something in which they did not do. And to make sure that they are not caught up accidentally, we are not going to be those types of individuals. Let's make sure they're exempt for now.
Well, we discussed this at great length. I mean, this wasn't done casually or carelessly. We discussed and seriously considered including DACA, not necessarily DACA eligible, but DACA recipients in here. And the consensus was that if even a DACA recipient has committed a crime of the magnitude that we've described in here, to err on the side of public safety and the safety of children and vulnerable people in this state, we would go ahead and apply this even to DACA recipients because they are not permanently in this country. And once again, DACA basically is a program that is a grace program that grants grace to people who are not in the country legally.
Chairman, I understand DACA very clearly what DACA is. I understand it is a deferred action program. But what I am trying to express to you, and I think a lot of members on this floor, is that we have anxiety not exempting them because of them being targeted right now and may not have actually committed a crime. So that being said, I appreciate you answering the questions.
Thank you.
Proceed hand this for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions. He yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I also had some follow-up questions from my fellow colleague as well. I do, like I said earlier, I do a ton of DACA applicants. I've been doing it since the very beginning of the program, and I've seen it transpire from when it was DACA, and then DAPA was created, and then, of course, we know DAPA ended up, the court struck that down, but DACA is still a program that's still being utilized right now. It doesn't accept new applicants, but those who qualified under the program can continue to keep applying every 2 years to renew it, always having to produce if whether there's been any criminal instances. They have to go through the background check, they have to do the fingerprints and everything like that. And that's how the federal government makes sure that these particular individuals who are availing themselves of this program are making sure that they're out working, they have work authorization in order to contribute to the economy. But if they ever get caught up in any type of particular criminal offenses, they in fact can lose their access to that program. And so I do understand of why exactly and how y'all have crafted to include some individuals. I do feel like, in particular, DACA should be included as well. You had said earlier about individuals who have come here to the U.S. and availed themselves, but DACA applicants, people who are currently under that program, these weren't adults that crossed over and came to our country. These were children who were brought by their parents. They didn't have a say one way or another of whether they wanted to come here to the U.S. And so I understand the hesitance and the concern of a lot of people in our community. We see it even on the congressional level where there seems to be some agreement on both sides of the aisle that there's something that we need to do for these particular individuals. And so I am concerned of us being able to avail them ourselves and being able to avail ourselves of the U.S. Supreme Court case, which is the Salerno case, that says that each individual is entitled to having their determination on bond, that these particular individuals, these now many of them adults who were brought here as children, did not actually make the decision to come here in the U.S. Essentially very similar to a lot of us, some of them close to my age now, who this is the only country they've ever known. Those particular individuals, I don't necessarily want to see caught up, and I just don't know whether there's any way that we might be able to find middle ground in allowing these particular individuals in this instance. But I do think that they certainly shouldn't necessarily be lumped in with all of the other categories of adult individuals who maybe have entered this country when in fact many of them never had the choice to make it. And so I'm just wondering if whether there may be any room for us to potentially discuss that or have those particular individuals added to this.
Well, I'll tell you, we're not treating DACA recipients any much differently than we are U.S. citizens here. Because if you're a U.S. citizen and you are accused of any of these crimes, and the only difference is that you have to prove two things on a U.S. citizen. You have to prove that they either pose a flight risk or they pose a danger to society. We take that away in this amendment because we believe that citizenship in the United States, whether it's acquired by birth or it's earned, is worth something. And so we're not trying to be unfair to anybody. We're really treating everybody pretty much the same. The point is, the only way you're going to get here is if you have probable cause that this person has committed a very serious offense. I keep saying that, but it is a very serious offense. We're not applying this to jaywalking. These aren't gotcha crimes. These are killing somebody, raping somebody, trafficking a little child. We want them off the street till we know for sure whether the justice system has determined them to be guilty or innocent. If we may err, we may make mistakes, but if we do, we want to make it in the interest of public safety, and that's all we're trying to do here. No, we're not trying to single out anybody or be unfair to anyone, really.
Sure, but fair to say that we, as U.S. citizens, are not necessarily availed to the process that these individuals are going to be availed to. And so therefore, DACA applicants, in fact, are not being treated like U.S. citizens. They're going to be pulled into this particular bill where they're going to be not necessarily enumerated like U.S. citizens, green card holders, parolees of military, and I believe asylum refugees that are actually granted the status as enumerated in that definition, correct?
Gentleman's
That's
time
correct.
has expired.
Thank you, Chairman.
Move to table. Mr. Speaker, I move to table.
Mr. Romero to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think a few things that must be said are the words that Chairman Smithy just used when he says that these people are not permanent to this country. And yet this bill, in including these DACA recipients, and thinking about what we're asking here is just to include DACA recipients, people that have been here since they were 1 or 2 years old. What it does, in effect, is it determines that they are a flight risk, which is why bail should not be an option. And in fact, I'll tell you all, the U.S. is their only home. Having 2 brothers and sisters that are dreamers, it took them a long time to become U.S. citizens. And it took them a long time to become legal permanent residents. But they got in line, they want to get in line, and DACA recipients are the first that are willing to say, I'm in line. And the only thing this amendment says is don't put an extra barrier on top. After SJR 5, which we just passed overwhelmingly, I want you guys to understand that this is, they're not a flight risk.
Mr. Speaker,
It's been moved for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. And I kind of want to distill down what you just said. The underpinnings of SJR 1 is, I think what's been stated here on the floor, correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's certain populations that are de facto flight risks.
Correct.
And we just finished up a debate on SJR 5, which includes, unless I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, it includes all the offenses that we're discussing in SJR 1 as well.
Correct.
And so what you're asking the body is, where does this particular population fit? It doesn't mean that there is you're not saying that they should not be held to account on any of these serious offenses, are you?
Absolutely not.
What you're saying is this population, DACA population, who, as you stated, knows no other home but this place, should be housed under the terms of SJR 5, which has individualized determination.
Correct.
And not under an automatic denial of bail, which is defining them as a de facto flight risk. Is that correct?
That's right. And I would hope that the body is listening and understands just how American these kids are, and just how American they have to prove every day that they're more American than anywhere else. When those kids say, I'm not from Mexico or whatever other country, I'm not from there or here, they're not a flight risk. They are doing more to stay here, to be safe, to be secure, to not break the laws. But if they end up in a position where they are accused of a situation like this, I don't think that they should be included because of SJR 5, to your point, that they will be just like every other American, which is what they've been trying to prove their entire lives.
Yeah, and that's why when I distill down, this is not removing any of these individuals from accountability on serious offenses.
No.
It is saying, rather than an outright denial, which is based on flight risk or de facto flight risk, we would prefer this population be housed in the determination that would be made under the terms of SJR 5, which we just passed.
Absolutely.
So-
Speaker Moody, I think for the last 2 amendments that we've had, including this one, it's just simply about cleaning this bill up to a point to where folks that should not be included in it are clear. They're already addressed in SJR 5. These should be simple amendments. I would hope that the body would vote in favor.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Romero.
you. Move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Rosenthal, for what
does
purpose?
the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
I'll yield.
Yield.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Romero. I just want to make really clear, I'd like you to help me make really clear about the requirements to be a DACA recipient. Okay?
Well, I can tell you that the standards are higher than for you and I. I mean, we were born here with that privilege, and I agree with Chairman Smithy. Citizenship is worth something, and I think that every DACA recipient that knows that they are being gifted an opportunity to remain in this country did so in their application process with the understanding that they would not commit a crime, that they would not get themselves in any trouble, they would remain, kind of a bright light of this country and continue to do the things that we expect from them, until something is proven otherwise. A citizen, but without that documentation. Keep in mind, these kids have been waiting for over a decade now, going on 2 decades, and they've been played as a political football. We probably, those of us that represent Latino communities, we know many of these DACA recipients, and we know how hard they're working. We know they're working in incredible jobs, producing for our economy, and I just want this body to support them and see them as Americans, which they are. They know no other home, Representative Rosenthal.
So, thank you for that. Would it surprise you to learn that I have family members and close friends who are DACA recipients?
I would not be surprised.
So I don't know if you would be surprised to learn that I consider them among the best of us. I certainly would never qualify for this program. But let me talk about the young man who's basically a family member, best friend of my 2 kids, okay, who was brought to this country when he was 3 years old. So if you were brought to this country at 3 years old and had never known any life anywhere else and never had any family anywhere else, and he lives in Houston, Texas today, would you consider that person a flight risk?
No.
Like, where do they fly to? Where would they go?
I don't consider these persons flight risks. This is, if you've been here since 3 years old, you're an adult, this is your home, Representative Rosenthal. That's the point that we're making. I think it's been proven by these DACA recipients, by their success in life and their advocacy for their other DACA recipient friends and colleagues and family members. Therefore, I hope that more folks can see and recognize who these kids are. And now look, if they make again, I think to Chairman or Speaker Moody's point, if they find themselves accused of these crimes, as Chairman Smithy has pointed out, and there's reasonable cause, they're already covered under SJR 5. This here is just simply a clarification amendment, and I hope that the author agrees to not table it, which he already says he will, but that the members that have a choice can vote in support of this amendment.
So here's the thing. One last question. To be a DACA recipient, the criminal record requirement is you must not have been convicted of a felony, a significant misdemeanor, or 3 or more misdemeanors. Could we say those are like traffic tickets? These recipients haven't even gotten 3 or more traffic tickets, and the young man I'm talking about has been here for 3 decades.
So they know that if they commit any of those crimes, which are much lesser than these that exist in the base bill, would already cause for them to be removed. So I'd highly doubt that they would be in the position to be here where this bill would affect them. But if they are, SJR 5 addresses it. We don't need another duplicative law that specifically targets them just because they weren't born in this country, even though this is their home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if it's apparent, but I feel strongly about this. I'll be voting for your amendment. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you, Representative.
Dewally, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would Chairman Romero yield for a few questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
I yield.
He yields for questions.
In listening to debate, Representative Romero, real world reality can be very harsh for people, particularly with relationships.
Yeah.
Right. You could envision a very toxic relationship between a DACA recipient and a U.S. citizen, or vice versa. Right. Doesn't matter.
It can happen.
And this toxic relationship could impact the immigration status if somebody is falsely accused of some type of abuse or some type of
False
some type of
accusation.
crime, right?
Correct.
Where a DACA recipient that theoretically this is hypothetical, is innocent of any kind of abuse to the U.S. citizen. The U.S. citizen files a criminal complaint or calls the cops. There's a domestic dispute, and there's a dispute on who's at fault.
Yeah, and I think that that's the concern, Chairman Wally. We just talked about that. That's where the rubber meets the road, where someone is accused, and because even the point of order that we had was accused, you know, and it's not proven yet. And I think that's to your point. If it's not proven and it's simply because somebody wants to have an advantage or leverage over their spouse in your case, I think that's a very dangerous place for those DACA recipients to be.
And as written, there would be no relief for that person that
They'd be held without bail.
that person committed a particular crime.
That's correct.
In this case, and we're not. I guess what you're saying and what many of us believe is that, of course, if you're charged with capital murder, some of these heinous crimes, you're a repeat offender.
Yep.
That's going to cover itself in the other bills that we just passed here a few minutes ago. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I think that if DACA recipients are not like the villain that has been made out from this front mic all day, is the people that cross this border and they've got a detainer already. Maybe they didn't go to their court date and now they're just out running around. This is not DACA recipients.
Right.
Everybody knows where DACA recipients are, but to your point, that toxic relationship, a false accusation, that lady may end up in jail with no bond after having done absolutely nothing wrong when she actually is the victim.
Correct.
And I think that is a very gross place in a blind spot that this bill has.
Well,
and we should address it.
let alone no bond, she or he would be detained indefinitely, and more than likely fast-track their deportation because they'll may or may not be an ICE hold on them, and would be deported.
Yeah,
even though their judicial, their criminal process hasn't been flushed out.
And I think the reason why I filed this amendment, Chairman Wally, is because we absolutely wanted to point out how safe these individuals are. America is their home. They're not a flight risk, and they're definitely not a danger to society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Romero sends up an amendment, a motion to table by Mr. Smithy. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Smithy voting aye, Mr. Romero voting nay. Show Ms. Morales voting nay. Have all members voted? Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 57 nays. The motion to table prevails.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate. The
Admit the
door passed.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Members, we talk a lot about human trafficking and sex trafficking on this floor. And we have to collectively come together to make sure the victims of human trafficking and sex trafficking are able to get the resources and support that they need. This amendment is no different. Right now, we have what we call U visas and T visas that help survivors of human trafficking and sex trafficking when it comes to their status and when it comes to supporting law enforcement. This amendment is very simple. All it does is exempt them from SJR 1. They are still under SJR 5, but what we're saying is that because of their journey to this country, they are not a flight risk to for the legal conversation which they need to have. Additionally, we are also saying that based on their status and accusation, they should not just not be able to get bail. Members, we need to be nuanced when we're creating legislation like this. T visas and U visas have been created for a reason. If we do not exempt them from this piece of legislation while still under what most of us voted for, SJR 5, we are putting them at additional risk for continued victimization, something that they have already experienced in the most harmful of ways. Please consider adopting this amendment.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Gentlelady yield for questions?
Of course.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. You've outlined T visas and U visas here. And again, much like the prior amendment, this is not for creating a path of no accountability, but saying this particular population who has been authorized presence under these programs would be looked at under the prior legislation that we had on the floor, SJR 5. Is that correct?
Exactly. So they would still have a different bucket of due process.
So, and you mentioned that we've talked about trafficking, I don't know, for how many sessions now, probably since 2013. We've had a myriad of bills about trafficking, and you'd agree with me that those that are in the trafficking world, even the victims of trafficking, are a very complicated population.
Very complicated. I mean, and this is why we have to be nuanced. So for example, the victims or the survivors that have experienced human trafficking and sex trafficking historically have a criminal history because the people who have trafficked them have required them to do these acts. And so it's a very complicated situation. This is also why law enforcement helps grant these visas. And so instead of putting them in a bucket, we are saying, wait, let's take a step back. Let's allow them to fall within the confines of SJR 5, but not put them in the bucket of SJR 1.
No, I think you raise a very important point about those who are wrapped up in the trafficking system. And some of the things that we've looked at is the criminal record of some of those folks that you and I would consider in this body as considered victims of human trafficking. But because of the nature of that relationship with the trafficker, probably has a criminal history that if you take it in a vacuum, makes them look like they're here doing bad things. But you and I both know, and correct me if I'm wrong, like these are folks that are being compelled to do bad things by their trafficker. Isn't that correct?
There was a story that I was reading right before this amendment that talked about a woman who was being held by gunpoint by her trafficker every single night and then compelled to do actions that, of course, she didn't want to do. And so I think, again, like when we make these broad pieces of legislation, there are very real impact on humans' lives, specifically those who are most vulnerable, and this is why this amendment is so critical. And the absence of this amendment, members, means we should really consider what we're doing here today.
So in these two populations, and we talked about T visas, U visas, we're talking about crime victims.
Yes.
Right, so people have, also can be a very complicated population. But these are folks that the federal government, for those two narrow instances, has said have lawful presence in this country. Is that correct?
Correct.
For purposes of, in a lot of ways, they could be helping with the investigation.
In many cases, that is actually the case.
They can be working on making sure that the real offenders are held to account.
Yes.
And so in SJR 5, we have all of the offenses that are housed in SJR 1, but we have a due process structure that would apply to those populations. And your amendment would simply take those who have been granted T visa and U visa status, remove them from an automatic denial, and move them over into some
SJR 5.
individualized review of their case, whether they're a flight risk or whether they're a danger. That's what it does?
That's exactly the point. And I think, again, good policy is nuanced, and the fact that we are not allowing for that type of nuance for people who have experienced really, really, I would even say traumatic experiences is beyond me. And so I'm hoping, and I want to apologize to the chairman, I didn't talk to him before I did this amendment, but I'm hoping, but it was part of the larger Romero amendment. But as I was listening to Representative Romero, I couldn't just sit here and say, wait a second, we have to do something specifically in this area. But I would hope that the chairman and this body will be nuanced enough to think that, hey, we need to have this exemption. And again, not to disregard anything that's happened, they still fall under the SJR 5 bucket, but to say that the reasoning for SJR 1 is to say that they are a flight risk. That is literally not the case for people who have been trafficked here. So, I mean,
No, I appreciate the nuance here, and I think it is, we're just making a determination in which construct we're going to place certain populations. And I think those who have been victims of trafficking and those who are victims of crime in general, if they happen to be wrapped up in the criminal justice system in these serious cases, I think we should absolutely be utilizing the other structure that we talked about previously and not an outright denial. So I thank you for the amendment.
I appreciate you and your leadership. I appreciate this conversation as a whole because, members, we cannot victimize people who have already been victimized through global sex trafficking and human trafficking.
Ms.
Mr. Speaker.
Rao-Shaw, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentlelady yield
Gentlelady
for a
questions?
question?
She
Of
yields
course.
for questions.
Thank you. I think that the difficulty that some of us are having with this measure is that we have a presumption of innocence in this country until proven guilty by a jury of our peers. And the fear here is that with this large net that will certainly capture anyone and everyone possible, and we do want serious criminals obviously deserve to be punished and be put in jail and all of those things. None of us disagree with that. One of the big concerns about these citizens, these individuals that you're referring to and that the DACA amendment is referring to, is the fact that these people can be arrested, not proven guilty, and potentially deported and have absolutely no remedy. And is that really the gist behind these amendments, is that they have no recourse? If they have built their entire life here, whether they are a graduate student, whether they are a medical professional, whether they are an engineer, whether they are a tradesman, if they are for some reason caught up in the criminal justice system and not proven to be guilty, not have their opportunity to be heard in court, not to have their due process, they technically could be deported out of this country without any of that. And I just want to clarify, is that the main gist behind your amendment and the other amendments, that we are not trying to undo this constitutional amendment, proposed constitutional amendment, but those are real serious concerns that could affect your and I, our neighbor, some of the people who we contract with to do our services?
I mean, I think, Representative Morales-Shaw, you're completely right. I mean, let's go back. 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, we passed SJR 5. That created the bucket in which we will re-examine bail. Now we have SJR 1, which denies bail for anyone who has this type of status, undocumented status. And the reason that is being done is because they're making the assumption that undocumented people are a flight risk. Well, I think that's a big assumption when undocumented people is not a hegemonic community, right? It is,
Correct.
I mean, it is not just one type of community. There are different
Correct.
variances when it comes to, did you come here as a 2-year-old and therefore got Dreamer status or DACA status? Were you forced to come here through human trafficking? Were you tricked to come here and then were sex trafficked? It is a more complicated scenario that unfortunately this bill does not allow for us to have nuance on. Again, I think what frustrates me is that nobody on this body is saying, let's have more crime. We all want our districts to be safe. We all want our communities and our families to feel like they are protected. But we also don't want to create laws that unjustly punish people in a way that victimizes
The
them.
gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement. Ms. Button for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day hosting rule to permit the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development in a public hearing on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 8 a.m. in room E2.14 to consider SB 2637 by Johnson relating to the disclosure about certain automatic hosting and social media platforms providing the civil penalty. Also, SB 2881 by Hughes relating to the access and communications setting for accounts of minor users of digital service.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 2068 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Troxclair.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Higher Education, which is scheduled to meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. in room E2036, is canceled.
Mr. Gates for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Land Resource Management to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 1W14 Ag Museum to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Land and Resource Management will meet today at 5 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Mr. Speaker and members, the amendment as it is written right here, I think needs some work anyway. And so just to fit into what we're doing, I've told Ms. Gonzalez that I will work with her. What I've asked Ms. Gonzalez to do is to withdraw the amendment, and she has agreed to do that. Assuming since it's a constitutional amendment, if we receive more than a majority vote, it will pass to third reading, but it is not enough to adopt the JR. And so assuming we end up somewhere between 75 and 100 votes, then we will have 24 hours to try to come to some accommodation on this. So I would ask, Ms. Gonzalez indicates she wishes to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Chair has Mr. Smithy for two motions.
First of all, members, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SJR 1 all joint authors and co-authors for HJR 16 who sign on to HJR 16 before SJR 1 is adopted by the House. Second, first.
You've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Smithy.
Second, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SJR 5 all joint authors and co-authors for HJR 15 who signed on to HJR 15 before HJR 15 before SJR 5 was adopted by the House.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against SJR 1? The chair recognizes Mr. Moody on SJR 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. If I could just have your attention for a bit. I'm voting for this, but I'm not here to convince you to follow me. What I'd like to do is explain as simply as I can what it does: good, bad, and ugly. This resolution began as something that I would never vote for. The definition was so broad it swept up even some U.S. citizens. It also applied to all felonies. If felony sounds serious, you should know that there are about 2,500 felonies you can be charged with in Texas. There was also no way to transfer people to federal custody, so this was a huge unfunded mandate to our local governments. The good is this: we have come a long way. The definition is much better. In order to get caught by this system, someone would have to enter at some place other than a port of entry, overstay a visa, or other status. Then that person would have to not be a citizen, legal permanent resident,
asylee, refugee, or military parolee, then there would have to be probable cause that the person committed one of about 20 serious offenses. That represents less than 1% of the offenses that this JR started with. Only then would bail be denied. Even after that, our locals would now be able to transfer them into federal custody. Here's the bad. This does not include DACA. This does not include those who have been trafficked. This does not include victims of crime. Doesn't include those who have been given rights under the Violence Against Women Act. Those people would all still be captured by this JR that's in front of you. I don't think that it should capture them, and that's something I've fought hard against, but this applies to Dreamers and those others accused of these serious crimes. That category, accused Dreamers, is vanishingly small. It may well be zero, but I don't want to sugarcoat that. I don't want to sugarcoat anything about what's written here, and you've heard that debate over the last couple of hours. Finally, the ugly. And that's the rhetoric around topics like this. From Twitter to town halls, the language around immigration is toxic. It's dehumanizing. And in some cases, it's nakedly racist. We talk about policy that's supposed to save lives, but this type of scapegoating led to a mass murder in my hometown just a few years ago. And since then, that rhetoric has gotten worse, not better. And that makes it very hard to deal with just the policy on the paper. On a policy level, the concept here is not offensive. If a person has already broken our immigration rules, they're probably a flight risk as well. I get it. I get that. And that's why I'm voting for this. But I also get how incendiary this issue is. So it's a very reluctant vote from me. This is a vastly tighter proposal than we started with. It's narrow enough that I don't think anyone who would have been out of custody before would be detained under it. And practically, if that does happen, it probably should. So members, I'll leave you with this. I would weigh all of these dynamics that we just discussed, and I would vote your conscience. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to just walk through this briefly with you to explain why I think SJR 1 is important for you to support. You may be wondering to yourselves, why is the conduct and the assailants that are addressed by SJR 5, why is that not good enough? Why is what we just passed not good enough? And I want to share with you a brief story that actually pushed me over the edge to understand this issue a little bit better. We were in Criminal Jurisprudence Committee hearing this bill late at night, and a story I had never heard was introduced by the District Attorney for Comal County, Jennifer Tharp. There was a man named Sacramento de Jesus Martinez, and Mr. Martinez was abusive of his wife. He was subject to a protective order. He had been arrested for something that was violent, and he was subject to an ICE detainer. So of course you think he's going to be turned over to ICE. Well, that's all well and good until the sheriff or someone else responsible simply doesn't relay that information to ICE. Mr. Martinez was turned loose on the offense for which he was being accused, and he went home to his apartment that he shares with his wife, and he shot his wife in the head. And then he drove around Austin with her in the car. He went to buy cocaine from someone, thought it had been diluted with some other substance, and he shot that person in the face. That person survived. He then went to another drug dealer, fired into a crowd of people, hurt someone else, started driving south, got to New Braunfels, stopped at a truck stop, commandeered an 18-wheeler with a man in it, shot that man 4 times, and drove around while he bled until he crashed the 18-wheeler in San Antonio, where he was finally apprehended. There is a narrow application here, members, that must deserve your attention. That there are certain people for whom a flight risk or an ongoing threat to public safety is not immediately obvious, but for whom a violent criminal does not deserve a reason to stay in the country. We have had a very robust discussion and debate so far about how our immigration system functions. That's an important conversation. It's an important conversation that we need to have as a country. It is not the conversation of this particular bill. This particular bill, the purpose of which is to ensure that people who are violent offenders, who are accused of one of the, what I've come to call the Abbott 9 offenses, murder, aggravated robbery, aggravated kidnapping, indecency with a child, the most serious offenses we have as a state, to make sure that those persons, if they also happen to not be legally present in the country, do not continue hurting other people. This is purely a public safety bill. I can understand the anxiety around the determination of who should be here or who should not be here and codifying that into law. The narrow application here, though, is if you are accused of these very, very serious crimes, that we deny you bail because you were not supposed to be here in the first place. And I humbly ask for your support of SJR 1.
Mr. Romero in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, no one is going to protect someone who commits the types of acts the Representative Little just talked about. No one. Not a single member in this body would vote no on this measure if there's a thought that you're trying to protect someone that would do those things. Absolutely no one here. Question is, can someone be falsely accused? And if so, is that enough to deny someone a right to a trial or a right to bail? And I can assure you one thing, that that person that committed those crimes was not a DACA recipient. So the ask has been really simple. While it is narrow and that this is what someone has to be accused of, and as Chairman Smithy said, have enough evidence to move on and so forth, it wasn't a DACA person. So what we're asking for in some of these amendments that I've offered have been very, very small. The DACA people that I know are as American as every single one of us. And I set the example of the Dreamers. They didn't apply for DACA because they were here sooner, was my own brother and sister. And I know that they know no home other than the United States of America, and they are not a flight risk. So we're not protecting, we're trying to tell you that that those people should not be dealt with to the full extent of the law. Simply, let's have justice for those that may be falsely accused, and I look forward to working with Chairman Smithy if we don't get to 100 votes today.
Mr. Louderback in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, know this. I am for SJ1. We need SJ1 and we need bail reform in this state now. I spent my entire career fighting crime and cartel activity created by the crisis at the southern border. I know that the cartel threat is real, and it's in every one of our communities. I also know that many of you in this chamber have fought hard to pass laws protecting Texas and addressing the crisis at our southern border. I urge you to support this SJR. This is a critical component of our bail reform and our border security efforts this session. This is a tough but measured approach to keep our citizens safe. We must remember this SJR only targets the most serious, savage criminal offenses: murder, trafficking, kidnapping, sexual assault, injuring our children. We're not locking up illegal aliens for minor offenses and throwing away the key. We're ensuring that our law enforcement who risk their lives to get the bad guys are not dealing with a revolving door of violent criminals back out on the street. We are protecting the lives of young women like Jocelyn Nungaray, who senselessly lost her life. We cannot afford to keep wasting time in debating this issue while our constituents are in harm's way. It's time to do the right thing. Members, this is a vote for public safety. This is a vote for justice and safer streets. This is a vote for Jocelyn and for all Texans who depend on us to keep them safe. Vote for SJR 1. Thank you.
Mr. Canales in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've sat and I listened to the debate, and this is a tough one. It is tough, but there's a level of logic here that's missing. So, one of the most fundamental things that a judge considers when he's going to determine whether you have the right to bail is whether you're a flight risk. But that's just one. The second one is danger to your community. So take the flight risk out, and let's talk about these heinous crimes that you're associating with flight risk. Murder, aggravated sexual assault of a child, rape, armed robbery. Why are we even giving those people bail? Why would we give them bail? They're a danger to the community. So, as I listen to this, it says, okay, we're going to fundamentally say you're a flight risk because you're here illegally. I would tell you, I'm more interested in how big a danger you are to the community. And those crimes committed by someone who's an American citizen don't make that person any less dangerous. So think about it. I'm voting no because the hypocrisy of it doesn't withstand the smell test. If you've been found to have probable cause of aggravated sexual assault, continuous sexual assault of a child, well, you're just as dangerous as the guy who's here illegally that did it. Why would we pick one over the other? If you want to get tough on crime, let's deny all of them bail. Vote no on this piece of crap.
Mr. Smithy to close.
We've talked a lot about this today, Mr. Speaker and members. Probably all we need to talk. But let me just say this. Had we passed this constitutional amendment 6 years ago, there would be little boys and girls still alive today who were tragically killed. The best time to have passed this would have been 6 years ago or maybe 8 years ago. But the next best time is today. I can promise you this. If we adopt this amendment and the voters approve it, it will save innocent human life, period. It will save innocent human life. It may be a little girl in another town, but it may be a little girl down the street. It might even be a little girl that you know or in your family. And so I would just ask you to think about the rights of innocent people. We're a nation of rights. We believe in everyone's rights, but consider the rights of the innocent people who deserve to be protected from these senseless acts of violence. And I would ask you to vote aye, to vote yes. Actually, I'm begging you to vote yes for this resolution. Move adoption now.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes and 50 nays, SJR 1 passes to third reading. Is Mr. Hunter on the floor of the House? If you have worn black in celebration of Mr. Hunter, please join us here for a picture before we get started. Mr. Dean for a motion.
Speaker, members, SB 458, motion to suspend rules, authorize additional joint and co-authors. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 458 to designate the following members as joint sponsor: Marianne Perez.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading SB 458. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 458 by Schwartner, relating to an appraisal process for disputed losses under personal, automobile, or residential property insurance policies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the right to home and auto appraisal has been a policy issue that has been worked on and negotiated for years. SB 458 preserves the right to an appraisal provision in home and auto insurance policies. This bill is good for Texas consumers and predictable for Texas insurers. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 458. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harless voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Show Ms. Ward Johnson voting aye. Have all voted. There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 458 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 482. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 482 by Alvarado, relating to increasing the criminal penalties for the offense of assault and harassment committed against certain employees or agents of a utility and committed in a disaster area or evacuated area.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, utility workers played a critical role in restoring essential services across our affected communities. And while repairing downed power lines and damaged infrastructures, many faced harassment, verbal threats, and even physical assault. Despite these risks, they stayed on the front line and got our communities back up and going. Senate Bill 482 increases penalties for assault and harassment committed against utility workers. Harassment is increased to a Class A misdemeanor and assault to a third-degree felony. The bill also defines utility to include electricity, gas, telecommunication, and pipelines. And I believe we do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds utility workers to the existing offense of interference with public duty and adds that offense to the offenses that are enhanced during a declared disaster. Move adoption. Oh, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 482. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all voted. Show Mr. King voting aye. Being 118 ayes, 25 nays, Senate Bill 482 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 927. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 927 by Hancock, relating to the issuance of Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal specialty license plates.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 927 will create a specialty license plate for recipients of the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 927. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Mr. King voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all voted. Being 127 ayes, 14 nays, Senate Bill 927 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 984. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 984 by Betancourt, relating to access to individualized investigational treatments for patients with life-threatening or severely debilitating illnesses.
Chair recognizes Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 984 allows patients with serious life-threatening illnesses to access personalized DNA-based treatment that are still in development, not yet FDA approved. This builds on existing right to try law and move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 984. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Mr. Lopez voting aye. Have all voted. Being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 984 is passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 651. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 651 by West, relating to the requirement that a Veterans County Service Office report to the Commissioner's Court or a designee of the Commissioner's Court.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear.
Thank you, Speaker, members. Senate Bill 651 makes a small but meaningful change to the Veterans County Services Office operating in large counties. This bill gives counties the option to let these offices report to either the County Commissioner's Court or designated county officials. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 651. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Have all voted. Being 134 ayes, 10 nays, Senate Bill 651 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1620. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1620 by Huffman, relating to the establishment of the Texas Forensic Analyst Apprenticeship Pilot Program.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation will direct the Office of Court Administration to establish the Texas Forensic Analyst Apprenticeship Pilot Program, which is intended to address our shortage in the state. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1620. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 103 ayes, 38 nays, Senate Bill 1620 is passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2124. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2124 by Zaffarini, relating to publication of the Texas Groundwater Protection Committee's annual report.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Speaker and members. Texas Groundwater Protection Committee consists of 10 member agencies and coordinates state agency actions to protect groundwater quality. Senate Bill 2124 changes the annual report due date from April 1st to June 1st. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of SB 2124. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all voted. Being 111 ayes, 32 nays, Senate Bill 2124 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2448. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2448 by Sparks, relating to rural workforce development.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you know, one of Governor Abbott's emergency items was to expand CTE, requiring high schools to provide more career training programs so our students can graduate and find a good-paying job. Additionally, just last month, President Trump signed an executive order calling for the expansion of registered apprenticeships. This bill checks both of those boxes by requiring TEA, TWC, and the Higher Education Courting Board to award grants for technical assistance to nonprofits that are partnering with rural schools to enhance our CT opportunity and apprenticeships. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2448. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 101 ayes, 43 nays, Senate Bill 2448 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 841. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 841 by Hughes, relating to the beneficiaries of trust funds paid or received in connection with an improvement on specific real property.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Texas Construction Trust Fund Act was enacted over 30 years ago. Under this law, certain payments are considered trust funds, ensuring contractors and suppliers are paid properly. Recently, we've seen some court rulings that have overturned longstanding practice and allowed for affected parties to legally recover funds. This just cleans up some of the language and makes sure we take care of the problems. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 841. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye. Have all voted. There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 841 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 843. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 843 by Kolkhorst, relating to a Texas Education Agency database of school district bonds, taxes, and bond-related projects.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 843 aims to improve transparency by requiring TA to create comprehensive database that includes detailed information about school district bonds, including charter schools and charter districts,
taxes and the projects funded through these financial resources, allowing for a clearer picture for public school finances in Texas. I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Capriglione.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment requires TEA to share its bond-related data with bond review boards to avoid duplicating efforts. I move adoption.
Mr. Capriglione sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Schofield, for what
parliamentary
purpose?
inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Is Mr. Capriglione aware that this is second reading?
Chair is not advised.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 843. For record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 843 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 402. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 402 by Paxton, relating to the payment of certain ad valorem tax refunds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill, SB 402, authorizes and directs the comptroller to promulgate a form for the direction of property tax ad valorem refunds. It resolves an inconsistency and lack of clarity as among various taxing jurisdictions. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 402. Record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Mr. Kane voting. Have all voted. There being 138 ayes, 5 nays, Senate Bill 402 is passed to third reading.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose? Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce the writing and place in a journal the conversations on the following following bills: Senate Bill 664, Senate Bill 40, Senate Bill 9, SGR 1, and SGR 5.
Members, you've heard the motion with objection to the adoption of the motion. Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading of Senate Bill 2662. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2662 by Perry, relating to the enforcement of drought contingency plans by Water and Sewer Utilities and the Public Utility Commission of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill gives investor-owned utilities the ability to have DCPs or drought contingency plans. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2662. This is a record vote. Has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes, 13 nays, Senate Bill 2662 passes to third reading. Chair lays it on second reading, Senate Bill 2053. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2053 by Birdwell, relating to creating the Governor's Medal of Service Award to recognize service to the people of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2053 creates the Governor's Medal of Service Award to formally recognize individuals who have made extraordinary contributions to the people of Texas. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2053. Record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2053 passes to third reading. Chair lays it on second reading, Senate Bill 2332. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2332 by Parker, relating to aircraft owned and operated by the Department of Public Safety.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2332 allows DPS to begin re-centralizing its aircraft maintenance and bringing it back under DPS and one roof. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2332. The record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2332 is passed to third reading. Chair lays it on second reading, Senate Bill 2112. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2112 by Kolkhorst, relating to the punishment of certain criminal offenses related to cultivated oyster mariculture, increasing a criminal penalty.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2112 amends the Parks and Wildlife Code to strengthen enforcement and improve accountability in Texas cultivated oyster mariculture industry. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2112. A record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 2112 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 745. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 745 by Colkhorst, relating to enhancing the criminal penalty for the offense of intoxication manslaughter in certain circumstances.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 745 provides an additional sentencing option for prosecutors by creating a new first-degree felony offense for intoxication manslaughter for defendants who caused the death of more than one individual during the same criminal transaction. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 745. A record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? All members voted. There being 124 ayes, 15 nays, Senate Bill 745 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1247. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1247 by Perry, relating to consolidating certain non-resident hunting license.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1247 is common sense, updated, streamlines, and consolidates non-resident hunting license. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1247. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1247 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1789. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1789 by Schwartner, relating to electric service quality and reliability.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1789 creates statewide standards and inspections for utility poles. It strengthens our structural integrity and reliability of our grid. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by McQueenie.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an agreed-upon amendment allowing electric co-ops and municipally owned utilities to submit their plan to the PUC for approval. I move adoption.
Mr. McQueenie sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to close.
Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1789. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes, 28 nays, Senate Bill 1789 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 27. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 27 by Creighton, relating to the rights of public school educators and assistance provided to public schools by the Texas Education Agency related to public school educators.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley. Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 27 is a comprehensive education bill aimed at supporting Texas educators, largely based on recommendations from the Teacher Vacancy Task Force. Key provisions include a teacher time study to assess workloads, reduce notice requirements for filling vacant certified positions, and greater flexibility for teachers resigning due to personal or family-related reasons. The bill also ensures that teachers can take unpaid FMLA leave for pregnancy or adoption without being forced to use paid leave simultaneously. It strengthens classroom discipline policies by empowering teachers to remove disruptive students and requires a written plan and teacher approval before those students can return. To address staffing shortages, it waives the cost of the first certification exam for aspiring educators in high-need areas like bilingual and special education. It also provides for retire-rehire grants so that our retired teachers can re-enter the classroom at much lower cost to districts. This provides practical, educator-driven reforms to improve teaching conditions and elevate the profession across Texas. And I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just says that if a board is going to terminate teachers due to financial reasons, that their private information will not be released. I move adoption. And it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close.
Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 27. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 142 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 27 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 207. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 207 by Paxton, relating to excused absences from public schools for certain students to attend mental health care appointments.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, members, schools are currently required by statute to excuse student absences for appointments with healthcare professionals. However, school districts have not consistently interpreted this statute as requiring excused absence for appointments with mental health professionals. Senate Bill 207 clarifies that an appointment with a mental health professional is an appointment with a healthcare professional for the purposes of an excused absence. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 207. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 207 passes to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 2938. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2938 by Menendez, relating to the verification of the veteran status of inmates and prisoners.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I served on corrections a couple of sessions ago. It was the first time I heard the word justice involve veterans. And this bill, Senate Bill 2938, ensures one thing, and that's that jails check the veteran status of an inmate during the intake process. That means at booking, not 72 hours later, not a week later, but at booking. How does that happen? We have at our disposal a Veterans Reentry Search Service. So it's that simple. We're asking jailers check them at booking and make sure that they take the important steps to connect those veterans to the Texas Veterans Commission, issue a daily report, and allow the justice-involved veterans to speak with veteran county service officers or peer support coordinators. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2938. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2938 passes to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 1901. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1901 by Huffman, relating to the administration of the Texas Opioid Abatement Fund Council and Texas Opioid Abatement Trust Fund.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1901 addresses concerns raised by the Comptroller's Office in regard to the Opioid Abatement Fund Council. This council was created to ensure that money recovered by the statewide opioid settlement agreement is fairly allocated and spent to remediate the opiate crisis. This legislation provides a 6-year staggered term for council members expiring on February 1st of each odd-numbered year. It defines conflicts of interest and requires recusal if a council member or family member has a financial or professional interest in receiving the funds, and it repeals the voting thresholds due to the recusal of council members. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1901. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1901 passes to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 1227. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1227 by Flores, relating to fees for the issuance of certain military specialty license plates.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1227 removes the $3 issuance fee for military specialty license plates for Pearl Harbor survivors and Purple Heart recipients. This change ensures consistency across military plates by eliminating a fee that only applies to a few categories. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1227. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1227 passes to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 1248. The clerk will ring the bill.
SB number 1248 by Perry, relating to the disclosure of certain harvest report information submitted to the Parks and Wildlife Department.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2021, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department was authorized to implement a system of digital tagging. TPWD currently offers this option for harvested deer, turkey, and red drum. Currently, harvest location data is collected from digital tagging and is subject to the Open Records disclosure. SB 1248 provides a narrow exception to the Open Records Act by specifically exempting location information from disclosure as part of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Harvest Report. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1248. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes, 22 nays, Senate Bill 1248 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 912. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 912 by Blanco, relating to the verification of healthcare practitioner continuing education compliance through the establishment of continuing education tracking systems.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this requires licensing entities to implement continuing ed tracking systems to verify practitioner compliance before license renewal, improving accuracy, audits, and public trust. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 912. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Lopez Abera voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes, 52 nays, Senate Bill 912 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1321. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1321 by Hagenview, relating to compensation and leave for certain peace officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1321 ensures improved compensation and benefits for certain peace officers at TCOLE. These officers play a vital role in regulating statewide law enforcement standards. Keeping their pay competitive is essential to attracting and retaining qualified, experienced personnel. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1321. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1321 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2143. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2143 by Perry, relating to the authority of a county to commission certain individuals as peace officers and establish certain law enforcement agencies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2143 provides clear guardrails for how counties may use fire marshals and related officers as peace officers. This bill ensures appropriate certification, limits enforcement to fire-related matters, and prohibits counties from forming new law enforcement agencies unless expressly authorized by law. I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lopez of Bear.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear on the amendment.
The amendment removes the language that overlaps with HB 3687 by Chairman Harless. Focuses the bill on fire-related duties and keeps it narrowly tailored to its intent. The amendment is acceptable to the fire marshal's community and acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Members, Mr. Lopez sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear to close.
Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2143. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Show Mr. Tepper voting aye. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. Being 109 ayes, 31 nays, Senate Bill 2143 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2145. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2145 by Perry, relating to the authority of the advisory body of Public Improvement District and the Board of Directors of a reinvestment zone to hold a meeting by a telecommunication device.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2145 would allow public improvement districts and tax increment finance districts to hold virtual meetings, PIDs, and TIFs. The bill requires at least one member of the district to be physically present at the meeting to ensure that the public can still attend in person. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2145. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 118 ayes, 22 nays, Senate Bill 2145 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1497. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1497 by Nichols, relating to the search of certain wireless communications devices by a peace officer.
Chair recognizes Ms. Perez of Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1497 clarifies that a skimmer is not a wireless communications device and is therefore exempt from the search warrant requirement. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1497. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1497 passes for third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1239. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1239 by Middleton, relating to choice of law and assignment or acquisition of claims and demands in connection with certified and uncertificated securities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, historically, borrowing countries have often chosen to issue sovereign debt under the laws of the state of New York. However, recent proposed legislation in New York would create serious legal uncertainty for lenders and borrowers alike. Senate Bill 1239 amends the Business and Commerce Code to allow Texas to be an acceptable and reliable venue for this debt to be issued and aims to provide a pathway to strengthen Texas's role in the global financial market. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1239. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. Being 136 ayes, 8 nays, Senate Bill 1239 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2180. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2180 by Hagenview, relating to the requiring a certification for peace officers to conduct certain polygraph examinations.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2180 creates a certification requirement for peace officers conducting polygraph examinations in Texas. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2180. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 5 nays, Senate Bill 2180 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1388. The clerk will ring the bell.
SB number 1388 by Colkhorst, relating to family support services provided under a Health and Human Services Commission program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last session we passed Senate Bill 24. The bill codified the Alternatives to Abortion program that had been existing for many years in rider, but we made it into statute. The program is now called Thriving Texas Families. And since I have a guest in the back, I'll go ahead and do the more full layout because I think we're going to have a little more discussion. But in codifying the program, SB 24 specified a number of things: the purpose of the program, the eligibility, the required services that could be done, a number of things. During the interim, during the implementation of it, there are things with every program, and there's now almost $100 million a year in this program. As with all major program realignments, in the implementation process, there were a number of tweaks and clarifications that are needed. This bill simply does 3 different things. There are 3 tweaks, three clarifications that it makes. First, the bill clarifies that Thriving Texas Family is a pro-life program. It always has been, but it makes it very clear in statute and in a number of different places. Second, it excludes certain entities from funding, and that is government entities and hospitals, because they already have a number of fundings, and then it adds an additional service. It has always had housing in there. This allows it to provide for housing assistance. I do have an amendment, but with that, I'll be open. Be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will he yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I'd be happy
Gentleman
to.
yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Frank. Isn't it true that on August 25th, 2022, House Bill 1280, also known as the trigger ban, went into effect and ended access to elective abortion health care services in Texas?
In Texas, but certainly people can and have gone out of state for it.
Considering abortion is now banned in Texas, though, isn't it inherently unnecessary for the state to fund a program focused on alternatives to abortion?
Well, I think when you look at what the program is actually funding, it's a lot of things, frankly, that I think that you would like. It is counseling for ladies that are in pregnancy, care coordination, educational materials, referrals to government and social services when they are in the pregnancies, in these pregnancies, classes on life skills, and housing services. So it is really trying to help women and families to try to, for life choosing.
Aren't the overwhelming majority of the Thriving Texas Family providers considered crisis pregnancy centers?
Yes, and also, women's shelters as well, or women's homes. I can get you those where the money is going.
Are you aware that many so-called pregnancy centers, crisis pregnancy centers, use deceptive tactics like setting up near legitimate reproductive health clinics to confuse people, creating websites that falsely suggest they offer a full range of options, or giving out misleading information about birth control and abortion, even though abortion is banned in Texas.
No, I don't believe that's the case.
Does your bill do anything to stop these centers from spreading misinformation and ensure Texans get accurate, honest health care information?
Same answer.
Are you aware that the current appropriations bill has $140 million allocated for the Thriving Texas Family Program over the next biennium?
Yes, although I think it's going up some.
Does your bill provide us with any information that would give us an indication of what the return on our investment is?
Yes, there's a 49-page document that's already been done by HHSC showing where the money is spent. There's 150,000 unique ladies that were helped during the program, and I would say there is as much or more accountability already, despite the fact that it is a new program. There's a tremendous amount of accountability already built into the program.
Are you aware that a majority of Texans trust Planned Parenthood and rely on them for services like HIV testing, contraceptives, cancer screenings, pregnancy tests, et cetera, because they offer free or low-cost services?
No, I don't believe a majority of Texans trust Planned Parenthood for that.
How does barring trusted clinics from providing Thriving Texas Family Service improve outcomes for Texans?
Well, again, I think the purpose of it has always been for pro-life. This is actually a little less than 100 million, but that has always been the purpose of it. We're just putting it in statute.
Considering that over 5 million Texans are medically uninsured, how would this bill affect Texas women who use community clinics affiliated with abortion providers such as Planned Parenthood as primary health care providers?
For any of the places that any of the places that Thriving Texas Family, one of the criteria is trying to help them get set up with government services, some of which my folks may not want, but that is already in the bill and in the measurements.
So you're saying that some of the funding would go to Planned Parenthood clinics?
I'm sorry?
You're saying that some of the funding would go to Planned Parenthood clinics?
No, I'm saying that there are some referrals to other government services. But no, very specifically in the bill, as I outlined, the very number one thing is to make sure that the money is not going to those types of programs. That it is now and always has gone to pro-life organizations.
How does this bill ensure that the family support services provided are medically sound, inclusive, and reflective of the diverse needs of Texas families?
I'm not sure I understand the question other than the organizations are giving information to them in the best interest of them and medically sound. There are plenty that are tied to health-related organizations, just not those that are providing abortions. That's really the only criteria other than the government entities that I mentioned, government and hospital entities, but also that it's not going to entities that are related to any abortive organizations.
So given that some of these clinics have received millions in state funds while spending only a fraction on actual services, what safeguards exist in this bill to prevent misuse of public dollars?
Well, I mean, I don't know where you're getting your information or your claims that the money is not being spent correctly, because I think that's simply not true.
I think there were reports early on from some investigative reporting that has been done.
Got it.
How do we ensure that this grant funding is going to organizations that serve communities in genuine need rather than groups with primarily religious or ideological missions?
Well, I think that religious or ideological is not in the bill, and the controls are outlined in the bill.
Since the passage of the affiliate ban, 143,884 family planning and women's health community clinics have closed across Texas, which leads to poorer health outcomes and increased costs for the community. Why would we want to continue to enshrine such harmful provisions into law?
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with what is in this bill. We are actually funding to make sure that organizations that are helping women and children and families are strengthened. That's literally what the bill is and literally where the money is going.
Well, I hope that these investigative reports are not correct and that you are correct. I just have my doubts, but thank you for answering my questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
does the
Ms.
gentleman yield
Flores,
for
for what
questions?
I would be happy to yield.
Gentleman yield, gentleman yields.
Yes, isn't it true, though, that the Thriving Texas Women, or the Thriving Texas Families Program took money from Medicaid that helps indigent Texans to receive services? Yes, in our recent appropriations, they pulled money from that pot that actually helps people get medical services and put it into this program, which I believe does not provide medical services. Isn't that true?
No, ma'am, that is not true. I know what, you can't actually, I know what happened on amendment or budget night. You can't actually take money out of, that's a longer discussion. You can't take money out of an entitlement. There was no money from Medicaid used in this. All of the money is GR.
They took money out of the program.
You cannot take money out of Medicaid. You did not take money out of Medicaid. It is an entitlement. Nothing done on budget night took money out of Medicaid.
Programs that are covered under Medicaid, like community clinics and others that provide medical services to indigent Texans, was taken on the appropriations night.
If something is in Medicaid, it's going to continue to be funded. That's not related to this bill.
Well, isn't it true that your programs don't provide medical services?
That's correct.
So why are we saying that we're not going to fund programs that do provide medical services, such as Planned Parenthood and others, who are, or family, or other clinics like in my district that do provide and take Medicaid funds? And why would we want to fund a program that doesn't provide those kinds of services?
Well, it provides tremendous amount of services. I've already walked through the services, but this is not a Medicaid. We're not trying to provide the same services under Medicaid. That's not what this bill is.
Well, aren't you saying that we don't do any ideology, but isn't pro-life an ideology?
I believe helping women and children and families is probably just a good thing. And honestly,
Well,
I think
that's
if you
okay,
took,
but calling it a pro-life program, I mean, everybody supports life in the state, I know. However, but calling it a pro-life program as opposed to not labeling it, aren't you adhering to an ideology there?
I suppose so.
Well, I think that you should not do that, so
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Would the gentleman yield for one quick question?
Ms.
Yes, I'd be-
Aristotle, the gentleman yield, gentleman yields.
I'll be happy to yield.
Thank you. Are you aware that a lot of the organizations and nonprofits that provide the services that we pay for through the state are actually connected to clinics? Are you aware there's one, 5 miles away from here that has 3 OB-GYNs on staff, and that they help these women on the practical side with what the state provides with diapers, free childcare, free parenting classes, and they're connected to those OB-GYNs. They can take them right next door to get those medical services. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I am, but I appreciate you letting all the body know.
Thank you. I appreciate your work on this.
I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Frank.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank on the amendment.
Yeah, and I can give anybody who's freaking out over it, I can give you a minute to look at it. Literally just directs HHSC to make it easier for organizations less than $2 million. It's basically saying try to streamline it for organizations less than $2 million because we want to make sure those folks have access to this as well. And obviously, it's acceptable to me.
Mr. Frank sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to close.
Thanks. I really think this is an important bill. Would appreciate your support. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1388. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes, 49 nays, Senate Bill 1388 passes to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading, Senate Bill 1762. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1762 by Blanco relating to geothermal energy conservation wells.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1762 until 9 o'clock a.m. on Tuesday, May the 20th.
Members have heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today upon final adjournment, recess, or bill referral, if permission granted, in room 1W.14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1662. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1662 by Zaffarini, relating to notice provided to certain public drinking water supply systems before water quality testing.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this authorizes the TCEQ to give up to 24 hours notice to a public drinking water supply system before conducting water quality testing in response to a complaint. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
For the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman
Is
yields.
this carefully crafted with all the stakeholders involved?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1662. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1662 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1951. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1951 by Paxton, relating to the imposition of a penalty for failure to timely file a rendition statement or property report with the chief appraiser of an appraisal district.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1951 provides more transparency for taxpayers and accountability for appraisal districts in the administration of the business personal property rendition process. I have amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Button.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button on the amendment.
This amendment simply just make the change notice requirement apply only to the new properties and is acceptable to the author.
Ms. Button sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Button to close.
Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1951. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 6 nays, Senate Bill 1951 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1537. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1537 by Zaffarini, relating to the appointment of an interpreter in a criminal proceeding.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill just requires interpreters and sets out how those are selected for judicial proceedings. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1537. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 1537 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 493. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 493 by Colkhorst, relating to certain protected disclosures by pharmacists and pharmacies regarding amounts charged for prescription drugs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 493 ensures consumers get the best price for prescription medications by preventing PBMs from including gag clauses in their contracts. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 493. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 493 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 378. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 378 by Schwertner, relating to certain prohibited practices by a barber or cosmetologist.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
raise a point of order against further consideration of this bill under Rule 8, Section 1A1 of the House Rules on the grounds of the caption fails to give the legislature and the public reasonable notice of the subject of the measure.
Please bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a cleanup bill that clarifies limitations for estheticians and cosmetologists. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 378. The record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting nay. So Mr. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Verdell voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 107 ayes, 32 nays, Senate Bill 378 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1020. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1020 by Huffman, relating to personal bond offices to notification provided to a judge regarding tampering with an electronic monitoring device while released on bond or community supervision, and to the availability of certain information regarding a person required to submit an electronic monitoring program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lauterbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, Senate Bill 1020 clarifies and harmonizes reporting requirements for ankle monitoring and GPS tracking violations. The bill requires county personal bond offices and community supervision departments to report a defendant's failure to comply with GPS tracking requirements to all relevant parties, and clarifies that GPS tracking data is not a judicial work product, removing unnecessary barriers for prosecutors to punish violators. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1020. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 7 nays, Senate Bill 1020 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1018. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1018 by Huffman, relating to distribution of state traffic fine revenue received by the comptroller.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation changes the transportation code to reduce the percentage of traffic fine revenue deposited into general revenue, and then correspondingly place it into our facilities and emergency medical services accounts. And this will result in about $16 million a year being allocated to emergency medical services and trauma care infrastructure in Texas. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1018. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 106 ayes, 37 nays, Senate Bill 1018 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 992. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 992 by Nichols, relating to the procedure by which the Attorney General approves or denies approval of a state agency contract for outside legal services.
Chair recognizes Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, Senate Bill 992 sets a 25-day deadline for the Attorney General to approve or deny a state agency's contract for outside legal service. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 992. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes, 23 nays, Senate Bill 992 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 958. The clerk will ring the bell.
SB number 958 by Parker, relating to the eligibility of certain victims of trafficking of persons or compelling prostitution for an order of nondisclosure of criminal history record information.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill for survivors of human trafficking. It allows them to seal records for misdemeanors offenses that their trafficker forced them to commit, so that they would be able to get employment, housing, and move on with their lives. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 958. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 958 passes to third reading.
Chair lays out on second reading House Senate Bill 920. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 920 by Sparks, relating to the administration of medication by open enrollment charter schools, private schools, and school employees.
Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows school nurses to administer over-the-counter medications with parental approval and permission. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 144 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 920 passed third reading. Chair lays out on Second reading, Senate Bill 1350. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1350 by Hughes, relating to a commission to coordinate celebrations of the bicentennial anniversary of Texas independence.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill does just that. It establishes a commission to coordinate celebrations for the bicentennial anniversary of Texas independence in 2036. I do have a floor amendment that's being filed and loaded right now.
The following amendment, clerk will read the amendment. Mr. Leach on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply authorizes the commission. Do you need to lay it out? Go ahead.
Amendment by Leach.
Mr. Leach on his amendment.
Thank you. This amendment authorizes the commission to establish and operate an affiliated nonprofit organization as necessary. Move adoption.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Leach to close on his bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 132 ayes, 9 nays. Senate Bill 1350 passes third reading. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 76. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR number 76 by Louderback, urging the federal government to curb the mass importation of foreign shrimp into the United States.
Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this may be the most important resolution of the session. Save the shrimp. 76 calls on the federal government to do their job and stop the mass importation of toxic foreign low-quality shrimp into this country. Remember, let's stand with our shrimpers. Move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 133 ayes, 8 nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 127. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 127 by Lujan, expressing support for the strengthening of our partnership with Taiwan.
Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HCR 127 celebrates Texas' strong and growing partnership with Taiwan. I move passage.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 0 nays. HCR 127 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 9. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 9 by Morales of Harris, designating the first Saturday of every month as Small Business Saturday for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Ms. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HCR 9 is a simple but very impactful resolution that recognizes the first Saturday of every month as Small Business Saturdays in Texas for the next 10 years. Woo-hoo! This is a no-cost, high-impact way to support the small businesses in your districts, the barber shops, the bakeries, boutiques, family-run stores that keep our neighborhood strong. No, I know many of us are small business owners, including me. Small businesses are job creators, culture builders, and cornerstones of local economy. This resolution gives us a chance to shine a light on them every month. I want to thank my joint authors, Rep. Luther, Rep. Leo Wilson, Rep. Richardson, and Rep. Simmons for standing with small businesses across Texas. Vote yes, sign on in the clerk's office, and take this home as a win to let your constituents know you help lead the charge to support local business. I move passage.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Simmons voting aye. Ms. Morales voting aye. Ms. Luther voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 120 ayes, 13 nays. HCR 9 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 40. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 40 by Gerdes, urging Congress to reimburse the state of Texas for border security costs incurred under Operation Lone Star.
Mr. Gerdes.
It's time to get our money back from the federal government to reimburse the state of Texas for Operation Lone Star. Move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 135 ayes, 5 nays. HCR 40 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 118. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 118 by DeRazio, expressing support for the expansion of the warship manufacturing industry in Texas.
Mr. Grazio.
Mr. Speaker, members, warships, billions of dollars from Congress, Texas, move passage and vote.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 118 ayes, 18 nays. HCR 118 is adopted. Please excuse Representatives Canales, Gerdes, Harris, Hernandez, Hunter, Johnson, Leach, Lopez of Cameron, Romero, Rose, Tepper to attend a committee meeting on the Committee of Calendars on motion of Mr. Landgraf. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on committee report HR 559. Clerk, read the resolution.
HR number 559 by Buckley, expressing support for the protection of COFA Islanders residing in Texas, reaffirming their rights afforded under the Compacts of Free Association, and recognizing March 18th, 2025 as COFA Day in Texas.
Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the COFA community contributes to Texas and the United States through various employment sectors, including technical and professional fields, and many COFA Islanders serve in the United States military and stationed at bases and installations throughout Texas. They are great citizens, and I move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 122 ayes, 1 nay. HR 559 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 59. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 59 by Isaac, designating April as Promise Month for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HCR 59 designates April as Promise Month in Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 103 ayes, 20 nays. HCR 59 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 135. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 135 by Tepper, designating Slayton as the official banana pudding capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Mr. Tepper. Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Could you tell me what this bill does? It's banana pudding, is that right, for what city?
Slayton, Texas.
Is Slayton, Texas in your district, or is it maybe in the Speaker's district?
It's in my area.
It's in your area, okay. So is somebody putting you up to this? Pudding!
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
No, just a quick question. I mean, having tried banana pudding in different places, is the Slayton banana pudding the kind that has like the vanilla wafers in it? Like, does it include those?
Vanilla wafers, yes.
It has them in there?
Yes.
I'm a one.
This is not my first bill. Mr. Speaker, House Concurrent Resolution 135 designates Slayton, Texas as the official banana pudding capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035. Move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 109 ayes, 17 nays. HCR 135 is adopted. Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is the banana pudding really that good up there?
Invite you to try it. Mr. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 141. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 141 by Paul, urging Congress to move NASA's headquarters to Houston.
Mr. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill makes sure that we can ask Congress to move NASA's headquarters to Houston, where it belongs. NASA's definitely looking to leave their building in 2028, so a vote yes, make sure we can get this done. God bless Texas. Thank you.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 122 ayes, 7 nays. HCR 141 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 46. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 46 by Bumgarner, designating January 12th as Nathan Gage Ingram Day for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Mr. Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, sorry to slow this down, but this one is much worthy. Special warfare operator First Class Nathan Gage Ingram was tragically lost at sea while conducting a daring mission off the coast of Somalia on January 12, 2024. Gage was born in Fort Worth and was raised in Roanoke, Texas. He graduated from Texas Tech before enlisting in the Navy and becoming a Navy SEAL. Special Warfare Operator First Class Ingram was a member of SEAL Team 3 and was assigned to board a cargo ship smuggling Iranian missile components bound for Houthi militants in Yemen. During the hazardous nighttime operation, a fellow SEAL fell from the ship and into the massive swells. Special Warfare Operator Ingram immediately jumped into the water with all his gear to save his teammate's life. After being unable to reach this fallen SEAL in the water, Gage was able to get onto the boarding ladder. From the boarding ladder, Gage didn't climb to safety. With one hand on the ladder, he turned to the open seas to locate his fallen member, and he located him, and the massive swell swept him away. Gage was then swept off the ladder. To honor Gage's heroic sacrifice, HCR 46 was designated January 12th as Nathan Gage Ingram Day in the state of Texas for the next 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 131 ayes, 0 nays. HCR 46 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 109. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 109 by Harris Davila, authorizing the State Preservation Board to approve the construction of a replica of the National Life Monument at the State Capitol Complex.
Ms. Harris Davila for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HCR 109 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 20th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 10. Clerk, read the resolution.
HCR number 10 by Cortez, designating May 23rd as Family Abduction Awareness Day for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This concurrent resolution seeks to raise awareness of the dangers of family abductions by designating May 23rd as Family Abduction Awareness Day. I move passage.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, HCR 10 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report SCR 25. Clerk, read the resolution.
SCR number 25 by Alvarado, urging the Houston City Council to construct a pedestrian bridge in memory of Sergio Ivan Rodriguez.
Ms. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He laid that out wonderfully. SCR urges Houston City Council to construct a memorial pedestrian bridge over the railroad tracks near Milby High School in honor of Sergio Ivan Rodriguez, a student who was tragically struck and killed by a train while walking to school. Move passage.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Morales voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 1 nay. SCR 25 is adopted. Members, we have a few motions, and then we're going on to the items eligible calendar. Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence in a public hearing on Tuesday, May 20, 2025 at 8 a.m. in room E2014 to consider Senate Bill 442 by Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the prosecution and punishment of the offense of unlawful production or distribution of certain sexually explicit media, increasing a criminal penalty.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Ms. Hull for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to recommit Senate Bill 25 to the Committee on Public Health.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up House Bill 2525 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2525 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2525 was largely supported by this House and the Senate, but we've got a couple of perfecting amendments we need to keep working on. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments and request the appointment of a conference committee.
All right, Mr. Darby moves that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments and requests appointments of conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is granted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 2525, Darby, Chair, Craddock, Meyer, Perez of El Paso, Turner.
Members, please excuse Representatives Alders, Ms. Davis of Dallas, Gates, Hinojosa, Lopez of Bear, Morgan, and Verdell to attend a meeting on the Committee of Land and Resource Management on motion of Mr. Ashby. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 142.
Chair lays out House Bill 142 as Senate amendments and recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What they did in the Senate was just perfect it with some things that needed to be done, and so I move that the House concur on the Senate amendments.
Ms. Noble moves to the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 142. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Noble voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 123 ayes, 1 nay. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 142. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 140 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 140 with Senate amendments and recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What Senator Huffman did was clarify who was to serve on this committee, and I concur that. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments.
Ms. Noble moves to the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 140. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 117 ayes and 7 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes.
Mr. Speaker, I call up HB 29 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 29 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the Senate amendments.
The Senate did some things. They moved back the requirement for the validation from 5 to 10 years, and I concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Gerdes moves the House concur in Senate amendments. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 129 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 29, the House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I call up House Bill 451 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 451 with Senate amendments and recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill that helps to identify children served by DFPS and juvenile probation departments who are at risk for sex trafficking so that we can provide services and avoid further victimization. The Senate added language to give DFPS some flexibility to implement this bill, and I concur with Senate amendment.
Ms. Thompson moves the House concur in Senate amendments. As a record vote, clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 129 ayes, 0 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 3809 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 3809 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Darby to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the House sent over a good bill to the Senate, and for once the Senate made some good changes. The Senate amendments ensure that all battery storage operations, regardless of where they are placed, are covered under the financial assurance requirements. It clarifies the bill is prospective and changes the term commercial operations to battery operations to be more specific and reflective of the term of service of battery storage, and it added an additional landowner notice requirement. So therefore, I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Darby moves the House concur in Senate amendments. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 128 ayes, 0 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 3307 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 3307 with Senate amendments. Recognize Ms. Noble to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They just added a clarification that it was something that is approved for legal education. They added 6 words, and I move that we concur.
Ms. Noble moves the House concur in Senate amendments. A record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 126 ayes, 0 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I ask that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1130.
Just read this right here, Mr. Speaker. I call up the House bill with Senate amendments.
Okay, let's try that again. Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 1130 with the Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 1130 with Senate amendments. Asks Ms. Isaac to explain the Senate amendments.
There are 2 small but important differences to better round out the intent of the bill. And I concur.
Ms. Isaac moves the House concur in Senate amendments. A record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Lowe voting aye. Have all members voted? 112 ayes and 10 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Joint Resolution 1 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out SJR 1 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Meyer to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the agreed-to constitutional amendment to let voters decide on providing an increase in the business personal property tax exemption to $125,000. Again, I want to thank the hard work of the governor, who's with us here on the House floor, the Speaker, Lieutenant Governor, and Senator Betancourt on ensuring we deliver this much-needed property tax relief to our constituents. I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Meyer moves the House concur in Senate amendments. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 112 ayes, 13 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 9 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 9 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Meyer to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is part of the agreed-to property tax relief package. Again, takes the business personal property tax exemption from $2,500 to $125,000. Added clarifying language to ensure businesses are offered one exemption per taxing unit, and made this exemption effective beginning January 1, 2026 instead of 2025 to ensure proper implementation of the constitutional amendment. If the constitutional amendment passes in November, I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Meyer moves the House concur in Senate amendments. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 110 ayes, 15 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Representative Hefner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 17.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 17. Hefner, Chair. Little, Raymond, Shaheen, Spiller.
Chair recognizes Representative Bonin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on Senate Bill 260.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 260. Bonin, Chair. Bernal, Buckley, Dutton, Harris.
Chair recognizes Representative Schofield for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on Senate Bill 509.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 509. Schofield, Chair. Busey, Isaac, Shaheen, Swanson.
Chair recognizes Representative Harless for a motion.
All right. I move to grant the request of this one? I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint conference committee on Senate Bill 1506.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 1506. Harless, Chair. Allen, Leach, Moody, Wharton.
Chair recognizes Representative Hefner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on Senate Bill 1637.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 1637. Hefner, Chair. Anchia, DeRazio, Louderback, McLaughlin.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Insurance in a public hearing on Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, 9 a.m. in room E2026 to consider SB 1642 by Swertner relating to the administration of Texas Department of Insurance, including the appointment of the State Commission of Insurance, SB 1643 by Swertner relating to the prior approval of certain property and casualty insurance rate increases or decreases, SB 2530 by Middleton relating to the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association providing an administrative penalty.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Insurance, which is scheduled to meet today at 10:30 a.m. or upon final adjournment, recess, or bill referral, if permission granted, is canceled.
Members, the Speaker's desk is now clear. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral, the clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
SB number 128 by Hall, relating to hospital reporting requirements regarding suspected child abuse, exploitation, or neglect, authorizing administrative penalty, refer to Committee on Public Health. SB 1705 by Parker, relating to the regulation of virtual currency kiosks, providing administrative penalty, refer to the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 1897 by Hughes, relating to advanced communications infrastructure security, authorizing a fee, providing administrative penalties, refer to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2215 by Campbell, relating to enforcement against violations by a municipality of certain zoning laws, refer to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2639 by Bettencourt, relating to the designation of property as a historic landmark and the inclusion of property in a historic district or similar preservation district in certain municipalities, for the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2799 by Creighton, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of reckless driving, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2850 by Menendez, relating to the task force on pollinator health, for the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. SB 2891 by Cook, relating to the establishment of Health Professions Workforce Coordinating Council and the abolition of the statewide Health Coordinating Council and the Nursing Advisory Committee to that council, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2994 by Johnson, relating to the energy efficiency goals and programs, public information regarding energy efficiency programs and participation of loads in certain energy markets, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 3070 by Hall, relating to the abolishment of the Texas Lottery Commission and the transfer of the administration of the state lottery and licensing and regulation of charitable bingo to the Texas Commission of Licensing and Regulation, creating a criminal offense, for the Committee on State Affairs.
Ms. Garcia Hernandez moves that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Tuesday in memory of Cash Cosiella of Farmers Branch. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned.